Brennan.
Live from the van down by the river.
Starring
Mike Murray.
This
Is
SNL.
SNL
By The Numbers.
Numbers.
We talking numbers? Welcome back, everybody, to the final edition of SNL by the Numbers. For season 51, we're calling this the Legacy Watch. It's our 5th year doing this. We go through every cast member and all the stats you could possibly want. Back with me, as always, it's John Schneider. Welcome back to another year-end show.
Welcome back, Mike. Happy to be here with you for what I think is one of my favorite podcasts I do the entire year. It's so great to be here. This is a celebration to be here to talk about all of the biggest moments of the season and really talk about the legacies of each cast member. I thought that would be important to call this show the Legacy Watch this year because I've been thinking just how can we make these shows better? And I'm excited to think about how we are all going to perceive each and every one of these cast members after seeing them this season.
Absolutely. And if you don't know, depending on how long you've been with us, we did start out as a show called SNL Stats. And this show tonight is about as SNL Stats as you can get. And Bill Kenney, we had to bring him back. This is his 4th year in a row. Welcome back, Bill. I couldn't think of anyone better on the panel. A true Mount Rushmore SNL show.
Oh, thank you, Mike. Yeah, this is one of my favorites as well. I'll echo what John said, partially because it's one of the few times the three of us get to be together on a show. So 2 of my favorite people. Yeah, this is such an epic wrap up. And the last few years we've gone, but let's see. So 47 was 4.5, 48 was 309, 49 was 330. Last year was 354. Are we going to touch any of those numbers, Mike, the stat guru?
What do you want to set the over-under at? We're at 16 cast members.
345.
345. Okay.
Yeah, I know for sure I'm not going to get to watch the Habs game tonight, so I will keep one eye on that. Go Habs, go! Just want to throw that out there. And while my Canadians are desperately holding on, but we will we'll see what happens. We'll be here.
Well, we're going to get to it, but there's been a common refrain that's been said on the microphone from John Schneider and myself this year that this is probably, maybe definitively now, our favorite season we've covered as a podcast, starting back in season 46 in that crazy 2020 season. So, Bill, I want to ask you, you're an OG. You've been with us from the beginning. Is this your favorite, or if not, which one is?
Yes, my favorite for sure by a long country mile. I think my favorite season since probably 43, somewhere around there. Definitely a top 25 season of all time. I'm kind of in my mind going to rank the seasons sometime this summer when John and I aren't pontificating about other stuff in our summer series. So yeah, I mean, this is, it's every season has been fun on the SNN because talking with you guys, talking with the chat. So like even a bad episode, even when you get a Tayana or you get my buddy on the show, it's still fun, right? But this overall, like such consistency, not a lot of really bad stuff getting on this year. So yeah, I think we have a lot to look forward to going into 52.
Definitely. It's tough to rank a season during it, but at a certain point, you kind of I feel like we make the sports analogies all the time. Like the team starts to gel and you're like, wow, like this team, there's something going on here. So John, going into the season, did a lot of pregame shows. This is the post-game show. So there's no playoffs in SNL, unfortunately. I love if there were. But was there a storyline going in that you were hoping for that came true for you? Because so many predictions and then you get 20 shows and now here we are.
I was just hoping it felt fresh. And I think we mostly got that. There was maybe a few episodes we walked away being like sort of veterans taking over the theme of the episode. But I do feel like we had a lot of new blood coming in and making episodes feel different. It wasn't perfect, but it felt more fun to me than probably any season we have covered. And maybe going back to 43, I think that's probably the one. There was a time period there where I felt like SNL was really peaking again around late 41 into 42, front half 43. And since then, we have had what I felt was a couple of pretty dark seasons. And then most of the seasons we've covered, I've had weeks where I feel absolutely over the moon, and I'll come in and be like, SNL's back, baby. And then the next week I'll feel, ooh, how am I going to talk about this one? And I don't feel like I really got that this year, save for a couple episodes. I think it was so consistent, definitely the most consistent season we've had to cover here. And I can't ask for much more to start what is hopefully a new era of the show. We don't really know it's a new era when we're in it. And I think it'll only happen, and we'll look back at that maybe in a year or two.
Definitely. And Bill, final question for you before we get started. Also, happy birthday, Ashley Padilla. What a season. So shout out to you, Ashley. Bill, one episode is 5% of a 20 episode run. What is the maximum amount of not great to bad SNL to make it a great season? 2 episodes would be 10% of the season. So right there is like, 1 out of 10. But when you get to creeping up to 15 or 20, like what's the line for you?
What's the line for bad episodes?
Well, how many can you handle and still have like, that was a great season of SNL?
I think 2 or 3. And I think that's kind of what we got this year, where it wasn't terrible. It wasn't just cratering stuff that we saw in, maybe 44, 45. There was 2 that I think we probably would all agree upon that weren't great. But even those, there were nuggets there. There were things that you can kind of hold on to and look at and say, yeah, we've got something here. It's just kind of an off week, not wringing your hands and thinking, oh, the season's over, we're done. So I think 2 to 3 is probably the spot.
I say that's fair.
I'll also say, Mike, I did my episode rankings today, and it's the first time that I sat down and really did it for the season. And out of 20 episodes, I had 4 great, 5 very good, 5 good, 4 weird, and 2 bad. So I feel like that is a good season of Saturday Night Live.
All right, we're about to kick it off right now, but now I have to know what the weird ones are, or at least an example, because I definitely know what you mean, but I need to, tangibly revisit an episode like, yeah, that was weird.
Sure. My 4 weird ones were Finn Wolfhard, Harry Styles, Connor Story, and Josh O'Connor. I think those were the ones where I looked at it where I still don't really know how to feel about them. They were all like, all right, like, I kind of get what you're going for here, but the writing is just really bizarre. And the episode like never came together in a way that I felt like flowed cleanly. So they were all to different degrees pushed forward by some cast member, just really trying to make an effort to get this episode. And I just like, I never fully got on board with it. I think that they were okay. There's a lot of hype, but I just, those were the 4 that I think were very weird episodes this season.
I think that the start of a show from cold open monologue to first sketch, even to first pre-tape, is so crucial. We do stats about that on the show sometimes, but sometimes I feel like I'm looking at the clock and it's 11:51, and I'm like, okay, we're 20 minutes in, we can still have time to get going, and then they're introducing the musical guest, and it's update. I go, all right, we got to get the show started after update then. So I think that's what for me is weird, because it's not necessarily about the content. It's about like this rhythm is off, and Harry Styles for me, I completely agree, because that one just, it never got off its feet for me. But if you look back in isolation, kind of like what Bill was saying, there are good pieces in those episodes. So,
right,
Bill, weird SNL, you must know a lot about it.
Yeah, I also think, Mike, the listeners would be upset with me if I just didn't give my full list, because I'm sure there's people out there being like, wait, what's going on? So I'll just do it very, very quickly.
Oh, I thought you were hanging on to it. I was going to call you out.
Okay, no problem. No, I'll do it. My 4 great were Poehler, Powell, Gosling, and Carpenter. My 5 very good were Black, Teller, Farrell, Grande, and Skarsgård. My 5 good were Rodrigo, Domingo, McCarthy, Damon, and Glazer. I said the weird, and then my bad were Tiana and Bad Bunny.
Bill, give me your top 25 weird SNL episodes in history.
Well, there's the Struther Martin episode, and then I like the weird angle, John. That's really neat to think about with some of the ones that we got. I think Connor Story especially was a very strange episode overall. But I like that. Listen, I didn't make my full list yet. I've kind of got it in my head, and I agree with a lot of what John said. Obviously, Powell, I'd put Jack Black in the great episodes of the season.
Yeah, he's my number 5. He's like very good to the great, like probably top of the very good tier.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't as strong as some of the other stuff that we've gotten from Jack, but yeah, it was definitely top tier for me. And Will's episode, while a little disappointing, was still such a celebration of the show and everything we got to see with Paul McCartney too. So
Absolutely. So should we get going, Bill?
let's do this thing.
Do you have your seatbelt on, John?
I do. I'm ready to go. I got my
All
diaper.
right.
I got my seatbelt. I'm totally ready for the next few hours.
Let's do it. So last week we celebrated the 100th By the Numbers episode. John was with me with Andrew Dick, and we debuted the final power rankings of the season. So the power rankings, if you don't know what they are by now, then go back and watch them by the numbers. But really, it's just a one number stat that measures all the stats that we do here at the SNN. So screen time, appearances, the recurring characters. Is it a lead role or supporting role? You're saying live from New York. All that stuff into one convenient number to really measure how much impact one person had on one episode. Because you look back on the history of the show and, you might have one favorite sketch, but, when did they really own the night? Did they have, a quick appearance? Did they have an update? All those things. It's kind of an easy way to look back at SNL history and say, how good of a night on paper did they have? So tonight we're going to go through these 16 cast members in reverse order. Should we do it, John? Starting with number 16, Kam Patterson, one of our 5 rookies, finished in 16th place. By the way, this is not going to include all 17 with Bowen. So we covered Bowen when he left after Christmas. So Kam would be 17th if we did, just so you can see those rankings. But we're going to go with 16th place with 48 segments. This season really for Kam was live and die by update, right? Because 41, almost 42% of his time in his rookie campaign came on update. We have a 35.9 power ranking and a 43 minutes, 48 seconds total screen time. You can see his best episode came in the Coleman Domingo show, where a lot of that time, Bill, he was playing a wall. Just gonna put that out there. But most segments with Chloe Fineman, 25 of those. So we had almost no monologue time. We had 45.7% of his time in live sketch, almost 8% in pre-tape. Bill, I'm going to go to you first because me and John did cover this a couple times this year. So Bill, Kenney, talking about Kam Patterson, who's the lowest finisher on the power rankings, which we do know is a really bad omen for returning to the cast next year. The power ranking is too powerful, but I think Kam has a chance. So I want to hear what you have to say.
Kam brings a different perspective to the show, but yeah, with the live sketches, we didn't get anything to see what he's able to do. Anytime he was in a live sketch, it felt like he was just kind of the 5th, 6th, 7th wheel. So there wasn't a whole lot there. I think his weekend update pieces were very strong overall. But we've got 2 systematic problems here. Obviously, one is race, with SNL not having a lot of diversity in it. And then the other one, which is maybe more concerning from an SNL perspective, is stand-ups. We talked about it last year, the people we lost from last year's cast. How many times are we going to bring stand-ups in here and not find a way to get them into the show? This is not the only stand-up we're going to talk about that had a rough season. So, I mean, other than Marcello, who else can you point to in recent times that was a stand-up exclusively that really shone early on? So, yeah, I think he comes back. I think he will break that streak only because we need the diversity and we need to see what else he can do.
Absolutely. So, John, there's a question that's been asked a lot last year about Jane Wickline that we've covered. And I want to ask it again because I think, as I mentioned, live and die at update. Is that a viable path for a second season? Because we saw with Jane, we'll talk about her later, that her season was similar, that if you point to a moment until Tiny Baby Shoe with Walton Goggins, that was like the revival at the end, the bump to get a season 2. Kam Patterson was even more dramatic, and he had 3 consecutive updates in mid-season, came back for a 5th and a 6th. So this is somebody who I pulled a stat last night, actually, that he had almost 7 minutes of his live sketch was in classrooms. So that was really when we saw him was in the Coleman Domingo, prep school or the cast list a little bit. There was just so many, this Matt Damon substitute teacher. It was all over the place with just putting him in a classroom. So if there's two avenues we could go down. One, Cam has a similar arc to Jane Wickline and kind of steps up the sketch game. Or two, he stays right where he is. Is that a viable option?
I think he's got to step it up. And so let me go through how I'm feeling about Cam right now. First is that as far as his stats are concerned, he has been in the same amount of segments that Jane Wickline was in her first season, and she did get brought back. So same SPE, same segments we were talking about with Jane last year. I think I felt pretty good about Jane not returning, but I was glad to be proven wrong last year, and then she was brought back and certainly made that improvement. So the fact that they're willing to give chances, the fact that they're willing to coach, I think really helps. So to me, I think Cam does have a future at the show. These are all positives. Second is, if you watch any of the cast member social media, when they have a video with Cam, no one is making them laugh more than Kam Patterson. He seems like the funniest guy in the room. He seems really likable. He's a bit of a fish out of water there, and I don't mean that just from a diversity perspective, but just I don't think he knows the show. I think it's hard to come into Saturday Night Live and not know the lore of the show, or at least have seen a lot of sketches. I had this conversation with Punky, and she would talk about it here on the pod if she was with us. It's really hard when you don't watch game tape. Like, you have to sit there and really make an effort to learn the show. But, you know, for me, it's how bad does he want it? And I think if he does want it and he wants to be there next year, I would love to have Kam Patterson back in this cast. I think the bad for me is just that we haven't seen an opportunity for him to stretch his legs outside of Weekend Update, truly. I mean, the only writing credit that he was on was the Boys Academy prep school from Domingo. He had a couple of cut sketches that were his features in dress rehearsal. One was in the Glenn Powell episode. It was a game show called Solve That Puzzle. Did not get up online. And then Tiana Taylor's episode, there was a bunch of cuts that made it up, but not Cam's magician sketch, which was something that I would have loved to have seen from that dress rehearsal. So he had two important moments in the season where he had a feature and dress. They both got cut. Now, this was slightly earlier in the season, in the first 11 episodes, and I do feel like he may have found his footing after that. But I think he's on shaky ground. And ultimately, if I had to make a call, Mike, I would keep him.
I would keep him if it was my opinion. I think that the diversity angle is important, but that's not to say there aren't many Black comedians that they could add to the cast in lieu of Cam. Might say that about the next person as well on this list when we talk about staying or leaving. But from the statistical angle, so I want to go to Bill for an important question too. Kam Patterson's power ranking 35.9 as a rookie. It's not terrible. You know, it was a little bit of a smaller cast we've seen in past seasons of By the Numbers. But I want to look at the bottom of season 50 power rankings, which was the previous Black male cast member that was let go, Devin Walker. 35.5, almost identical. Keep in mind, Devin Walker was not a rookie. He was a repertory player. So that says more about the stats versus a rookie. And the angle I said with Michael Longfellow, I think I want to say again too, is we need to get these rookies in pre-tapes. I'm thinking back to the Sabrina Carpenter episode, the final piece, Martin Herlihy's debut film, Social Experiment with the Frankensteins in the theater. Cam was in that for just a little bit, and I loved it. And that was one of his shorter appearances in a long list of short appearances. But Bill, I have to ask, of the update pieces, which one was the strongest to you? I'll read them right now. The longest was a duo with Marcello, two kids in the back of the bus from the Coleman episode. As himself in the Olivia Rodrigo episode, he played the Black Snape in Jack Black's episode. He was Michael Che's or Unky Che's nephew, Tyson, in the Ariana Christmas episode. He played Michael Irvin in the Finn Wolfhard episode in the New Year. And in the premiere with Bad Bunny, he introduced himself, and he had like a really short update debut. So what one for you, if you were the talent scout, would you be like, oh, you got to keep this guy?
I think the Che's nephew. I think that was really strong. We got to see him play off of Che. And he was playing a character as opposed to playing himself. I wasn't crazy about the Snape one. I know some people like that one. I didn't really love that. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned Devin, and I think part of the thing I did like is Michael Irvin too. So if he could find impressions, I know we don't do impressions that much on SNL anymore, including the people who are really good impressionists. that are on the show, like Jazz and Chloe. But like he was filling in these roles that started with Chris Redd, went to Devin, and then went to him, like, you know, Eric Adams and then Kenny Smith. Let's see what else he has in the toolbox as far as that goes. Is there something there that he can do? Because I think his Michael Irvin was pretty strong. As a Cowboys fan, I say that. So I think there is something there, even if it is at the update desk. Let him go out and do that. He was at the update desk quite a bit, so that might be another way to get him out there as well.
Definitely. And final thought, John, was there a moment outside update that you saw a glimmer of something that we could look forward to in a second Cam season?
I think he was in that Boys Academy sketch in the Coleman Domingo episode where I felt like he stood up and he had this moment talking about the number 8. And I really felt like that was the moment where you could see just how much people enjoyed being with him in a sketch. I think he has work to do to really figure out what his voice is on the show. But keep in mind, Saturday Night Live has not let go of a black man after one season since Jerry Minor. I mean, they've always given, you know, black men opportunities on the show, even if they're 2 or 3 years, but it's been a long time. So for me, I said I would keep him. I think the show is going to keep him too. I think they really like him, Mike. That's my thing. So from a legacy perspective, if he was let go after this season, because I think that's how we should end all of our conversations tonight about these cast members, of if this was it for them, what is their legacy at the show? For me, I think it's untapped potential because I see it in him. And I think that he would go down as maybe a missed opportunity, somebody like one of those one season cast members that you look at and you're like, oh man, like kind of like a Chloe Trost, where you're like, you look at this and you're like, all right, like has a lot of interesting skills. We probably saw more from Trost than we did from Cam, but has a lot of great skills. Just wish they would have applied them further in their first year.
And it's funny that you say that, the untapped potential and the popularity, you know, on set and in the videos we see and just like making everyone laugh, is before you mentioned her, Punky Johnson, friend of the show. That was exactly it in her season. One of, like, frankly, the worst stats for a rookie season that I've covered. And Punky Johnson not only came back, but got the promotion. So it is possible. And, you know, Punky never rose to a level that's like a everyday sketch player, but there is upside. You know, I think Punky at least, you know, made a corner for herself in the cast to be used in live sketch. So I just like to see that from Cam. Like Elf on the Shelf with Ariana Grande was a cool moment, even though it was a quick exit. That's not always the worst thing for me, is to get the big laugh and leave early. You're not always going to be an Ashley Padilla or Kenan Thompson or Kate McKinnon that's going to be political impressions leading 4 or 5 minute sketches. I don't know if I need that from Cam, but I want to see those interacting with the audience and, you know, physically in the room, if not doing a pre-tape once in a while. So legacy for me I would agree. I would, you know, obviously it would point to the update pieces as the legacy, which we talked about with like Leslie Jones and Pete Davidson, as that was kind of their corner of the show. But maybe writing more and learning the format, you know, working with some of these sketch writers and kind of seeing how the sausage is made would be the best thing. Bill, what about you? Legacy for Cam, if this is it?
Yeah, I mean, he'll fight. If this is it, it's going to be a Luke Knoll, John Rudnitsky kind of situation where, you know, 5-10 years down the road, if he doesn't break out in another area, you're going to be like, oh, wow, like that. I remember him being on the show. But yeah, I mean, you have to remember, you guys know this and people in the chat know this, but the way rookies are treated is so much better than it was 25 years ago, when people like Jay Moore, Sarah Silverman weren't getting on for weeks on end. Cam was getting opportunities at least at the update desk. So if that's the start for him, let it breathe. Let him come back and find a way to do other things. As you said, writing is an important part of that. So yeah, I think he comes back.
And as far as those rookie usage, you're absolutely right, Bill, about 25 years ago, but also even a recent memory, bigger casts, COVID, elections, these things are factors, I'll admit. But, you know, his final average per episode ended up being better than like an Ego Wodum, a Chloe Fineman, a Bowen Yang, like people who stayed longer. So the averages at the end of the day aren't as bad as the Luke Knowles, Lauren Holtz, Aristotle Atari. So the ones who didn't come back, we're going to look back and say it makes sense they were that low. But people like Chloe, Bowen, Ego had great careers. So for rookie stats, It's not that bad. John, let's move on to the next cast member on the list. So we are going to the 15th on the power ranking. This is somebody coming in that I think we talked about on and off the mic as this person might have the most difficult road to pave on the show because they don't have a diversity angle. We don't know anything about them. It's a kid from Minnesota who also does stand up. It's Tommy Brennan in 15th place with 57 segments. He had a 2.85 sketch per episode average. He shared segments the most with Ben Marshall, fellow rookie. Maybe the biggest was I Miss My Ex's Dad. So 35 of those segments with Ben. He had just that one update appearance in the Sabrina episode, had a big one cut later on, talking about ice in Minnesota that I think maybe has more views than the one that did air. 73.3% in live sketch, 14.4% in pre-tapes, 5.7 on update, 4.9 in cold opens, and 1.7 in monologues. That's 53 minutes, 53 seconds for a 46.2 power ranking for the first season player of Tommy Brennan. John, I'm going to go to you first on this one.
So this is tough because I think, I got to keep it real. I think Tommy is our most likely cut candidate that we have here in the cast. He is somebody who came in with an uphill climb. I don't know why they got rid of Michael Longfellow and hired Tommy Brennan. That is going to be one of my biggest questions of the 2020s is why they did that. Because if you were just going to get rid of one stand-up to hire another, maybe even to fire another, but then what was the point? Was it to just, die down the talks of could somebody take over for Jost and Che? Is that what we were doing here? Or did they see something else in Tommy? And, I definitely think that Tommy has other elements to his game that isn't just stand up or doing something at the desk. We really, we saw him at the beginning of the season feeling pretty great about Tommy Brennan. He comes on in that third episode, has a great update appearance. Then he has a close connection with Nikki Glazer. So he has a fantastic episode with her. And you're starting to feel like, whoa, I mean, this is somebody who could be pretty great, has an amazing episode in the Powell episode. Like, it's just building. And I remember us being there being like, okay, well, we were having conversations. Maybe Tommy isn't your typical stand-up. Maybe that there was things in his audition, and I think some of that came out about him performing and singing that we didn't see that made them go for bring him in regardless of his stand-up background. Saying all that, it got to a point where my second half highlight for Tommy was hearing that he was doing the warm-up with Veronika. I got nothing from him for the rest of the season, and it's a shame. I would have loved to have seen more, but I cannot fathom him returning next year because I just didn't get enough from him in his first season.
It's fair. The stats early on, if you look at the screen time per episode, they're pretty decent. Everybody besides Cam had kind of a dud debut. Veronika did get like the Jeopardy sketch, but all the rookies had a really soft start. And then Tommy was putting up almost 3 minutes, almost 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 3.5, and then 8.5 with Glenn Powell. And then 3 minutes, 6 seconds after that with Melissa. So there was kind of okay, we can have an ensemble person. There's always room for a good looking white dude at SNL. We know that. And Bill, last week doing the power rankings for the final time, I said, the cast list sketch with Molly Shannon, what a way to go out. So what do you think about Tommy Brennan second season prospects? And what did you really enjoy from him from the season that we did see?
Yeah, it's kind of the flip of Cam where we saw more potential in the sketches as opposed to update. But there wasn't enough there. As John said, a lot of it was early on, the karaoke sketch with Nikki. But I do think there was a couple of things in the second half. One of my favorites from him was the ice skating with Connor Sturry. I think that was really great with him and Veronika, what they did there. And then I think
longest appearance of his season.
Right, exactly.
4 minutes, 38 seconds in one segment.
And I think the other one where he was kind of the fourth person in the sketch was the My Ex with Olivia Rodrigo. Now that's an Ashley tour de force. So it's not about him. It's more about Ashley and Ben. but him playing kind of the normal guy, quote unquote, in the sketch, I think he did that really well. But he didn't get enough of those opportunities, especially after the new year started. So yeah, I feel like he's probably the most likely to go as well, and that's a bummer. I saw him open for Jost a couple of months ago. He has a fantastic set. He did the ice thing that was cut from Update during his set, so got to see that live. But yeah, again, stand-ups, man. What are we doing here?
And can I jump in, Mike? Because I think that those points that you brought up, Bill, are great, but I don't think that there are. I don't think that Tommy is the best person to be doing the roles that he got put in necessarily. And I think in an SNL cast where you're supposed to be the best prospects in the world at comedy, there are people who are both in and out of SNL that I feel like could have taken those roles and maybe would have been more memorable with them. And I know this sounds harsh. It's nothing against Tommy. I'm sure he's a great guy and would love to hear about his experience. But it does remind me so much of John Rudnitsky. And when we had him on the podcast last year and him talking about his experience there and just how he like didn't understand what wasn't working. He's a very good looking guy, just like Tommy, and he fits in. And he had some incidents there where he sort of like, was able to pinpoint and we could visually see like, oh, he was late in a sketch and all that. We don't necessarily have that with Tommy. But for me, Mike, I just think that he's just too much of a jag, just a guy.
And like I said, there's always room for those. But yeah, and the Rudnitsky comp, I think, is the most apt. I said, Rudnitsky started with a Grease sketch and Tommy ends with one because of the cast list. But looking at his longest appearances, I always like to look at the quality of, leading, of course, but also the quantity of on-screen for all the screen time data, which was ice skating, as Bill mentioned, over 4.5 minutes. That was by far his longest appearance. Karaoke night with Nikki Glazer, which you could call him for sure a lead. Of course, his update piece, which I rewatched yesterday, really strong. Like one of the best introductory update pieces you could get. Self-deprecating, talked about who he is, his family, where he's from. It was great to get that out of the way early in the first run of shows. That was a Sabrina episode. The Sebastian Maniscalco bachelor party with Glenn Powell, AI photos with Glenn Powell. These are the ones that are all over 2 minutes. So that's a high 2-minute cast list. The one that is under the radar is the 10-1 with Melissa McCarthy. He played the interviewer to Bowen and Melissa, showing their Christmas decorations. It's kind of this could have been a Mikey role. And that's where I'm going to go with this. Then after that was the Jack Black Airbnb and the Coleman Domingo prep school. So we talked about Cam and Punky Johnson, people like that. What's the plan here? I think is the question. What are we doing here? Because if Mikey Day leaves the cast last year, what's the goal? Am I supposed to be attracted to this guy? Maybe. If Mikey Day leaves the same way that Heidi equals more Ashley, are we talking about a different cast member? Because I don't think Mikey and Tommy are 1-to-1. But the room that opens up would be vast for a Tommy.
Yeah, but
Brennan.
You're talking about the wrong cast member. It's his top co-star that's listed on this card that would benefit the most from Mikey leaving, not Tommy.
I couldn't agree more with that. But the point stands that when you have somebody to be a jag, as you say, John, in a sketch, Mikey Day does it better than anybody. And their styles are so different. But to have a couple in a sketch, like what if Tommy Brennan got the Miles Teller Italian restaurant sketch and he got spaghetti thrown on him? We might be looking back at Tommy being like, oh, he can play against type and not just be a good looking dude. He can be a little silly. So Bill, what do you think? Because I definitely agree with the Ben Marshall point for sure. But the room that opened up for the women, not the same for people like Cam and Tommy and the men at the bottom of the cast.
Yeah, I think there's too many white dudes to really. There's not going to be the kind of vacuum, even if we do lose somebody like Mikey, that Tommy's going to fill that in. 100% agree on Ben, and we'll talk about him shortly. But I don't think there's enough here. So he only had the one update piece. He had those couple of sketches where it could have been interchangeable with 3 or 4 other cast members, and then he also has no impressions and no characters. So, like, you're not bringing anything to the table here as far as what an SNL episode is. his best impression was Jared Stidham, who people have already forgotten who that is. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm sad to see this, but again, like we know what we're getting here. And John, I didn't even think of that, but yeah, the Longfellow comp, like why get rid of Longfellow if you're going to just do the same exact thing here and not have the update pieces that Longfellow was getting on? He had at least had that happening. So, yeah, I don't think there's anything here for Tommy.
And Emil, we have to talk about too when it comes to Tommy. Emil was a stand-up as well. Emil got on some update pieces last season where he was talking about some very serious topics and, you know, doing his best to bring comedy to the show. I don't know if the show loved that or not, but Tommy sort of was in the same situation with all the Minnesota stuff. And it would stand to reason that you'd want to put out your Minneapolis boy like out onto the stage and give him his big moment. And they chose not to do that there when he had something in dress. And for me, that was a rough cut and probably indicative of how they're feeling about him this season.
And to mention Emil, his power ranking 41.4 versus Tommy's 46.2. Emil ended up with 52 minutes, 35 seconds. Tommy's at 53. So very similar arcs. I think Tommy just was in more ensemble pieces at the end of the day to have a slight edge. The average screen time per episode was 242. The average per appearance, though, was 57 seconds. That only beats Kam Patterson for, like, you know, small little parts that he got. So legacy watch, I think, if we're going with untapped potential, is wouldn't have minded to get one more musical pre-tape. I think I Miss My Ex's Dad was the peak of Tommy's season with Ben Marshall. And having one of those really played to his strengths. John mentioned he was doing the opening warm-up act with Veronika, which is musical. So having one of those, we look back at an Aristotle who had the Laugh and Toss an update, and that was it. And Angelo being a smash hit that, you know, was cut again and, you know, tried to recur, was in the finale and it was cut. And I think those are the things you remember. So that's my legacy watch. Is this sounds like a name that will be in a long string of names. Bill, any other legacy for Tommy before we move on?
No, I think that pretty much covers it. There's nothing else. I mean, listen, maybe we'll be surprised and he'll come back and he'll find a way to work his way into a lot more things. But I think this is probably the end of the road for him. And, you know, again, a lot of potential in so many other ways. If you get an opportunity to see him perform, go do it because he's really, really great. But SNL, I don't think was the right fit for him.
John, I think that makes it 3 for 3 on the keep or cut. Not that we have any sway, but just
no,
the
not that
stats.
We're rooting for it either. Just to be clear, we're not rooting for anyone to get cut here.
No.
But yeah, I mean, look, for me, ultimately, I think if this was it for Tommy, he goes down the Rudnitsky, Luke Null, Brooks Wheelan sort of path of like, oh, remember when that guy was on SNL? Like, okay, cool, like saw a thing or two, but nothing that you're gonna walk out feeling like, okay, there's a definitive legacy for Tommy Brennan at Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, and sometimes when I hear Iris by the Goo Goo Dolls, I think about Tommy Brennan, so he's got that going. So let's move on to number 14. No, Bowen. Ben Marshall. So this is somebody that was the storyline that I was most eager to explore in 51. Now that it's over, we can take a look at the stats. Ben Marshall coming from PDD. John Higgins leaving the show. Martin staying in the writer's room. Just why did this happen? How did it happen? And now where are we, Bill? Because this is a cast member that has a strange relationship with the show, being a rookie who's been there since season 47 and he's rookie in 51. So I feel like I've asked you about it before, but was he the person of the three that you would have cast preseason, you know, pretending you haven't seen 51?
Probably not. I think Martin would have made more sense because Martin is quirkier. Now, Ben is out there, he's making commercials, he's making movies. So maybe the thinking was that, you know, he's going to be a little bit more well-known coming out of PDD, but this is such a strange blip in the SNL history. Like, so obviously so many people have come out of the writer's room and come into the cast and huge names. Everybody knows Sudeikis and Sandler and Spade and all of that. But
Mikey.
Right, exactly. But to have somebody from a trio that was a part of the show, not a Lonely Island situation, and pick one of them to come onto the show 4 years in, that was wild. And I know we talked about that a lot at the beginning. And if he was coming in and you didn't know his name, is there anything you would point to that distinguishes him from Tommy? Probably not, right? Other than the red hair, other than the carrot. So yeah, it's a little concerning to see what he did here, but we already have the love built in for him. So does that save him? Probably.
We shall see. But 58 segments compared to Tommy's 57, so very similar there. Had a 50.1 power ranking, making him 14th overall in the cast. An hour, 37 seconds, so just hit that 1 hour mark in the finale. That castless sketch really got everyone some good numbers. 2.9 sketches per episode, most shared segments with Tommy Brennan, as we saw in the last slide. So looking at the breakdown, this one I was following for a while is he was really succeeding in pre-tapes, and no surprise coming from a pre-tape background with PDD. That was 17% of the season, so one of the highest. I think it is the highest of the whole cast. I'll check that. 72.4% in live sketches, 2.3 in monologue, 3.2 in cold opens, and 5.2 on Weekend Update. We saw the redhead who got back from vacation. And looking at the spread of screen time per episode, not a single one really stands out. There's some good and bad. He had 12 seconds in the premiere. He had 3 seconds with the Tiana Taylor episode, which was just in the cold open very briefly. But other than that, decent 3 minutes 2 per episode and 1 minute 3 per appearance. I think the overall take for Ben Marshall is, what did he do this season, John?
I think he had an okay season. I'll start with some data stuff, which is that I know you like to look at the screen time. I often look at the sketch appearances and the SPE. For me, a good SNL season is 3 or above. For a rookie, it's hard to get there, but Ben has the built-in, resume of being at the show for a few years. 4 above is fantastic. That's a great season. That's like a Hall of Fame season. So for me, at a 2.9, he actually had a very decent season overall if you look at the data. I think what my eyes tell me is that Ben isn't still fully comfortable being in sketches. I think he doesn't know exactly how to use his body in sketches. I think he's a very tall guy, and they need to figure out how to make that work in a shot with people and communicating with others around him. It's really easy in a pre-tape to get someone so tall on the same level and find the right camera angles and build comedy around that. I think it's actually tougher to do that in a live sketch. So I think there's almost a level of awkwardness to Ben that they haven't figured out yet, which is so fascinating because he's a writer and he has one of his best friends in the writer's room, though they rarely wrote together this year. So I think there's a lot of question marks that surround Ben, which is, why did PDD break up? Why was he chosen to join the cast? And then what was the plan for him this year? Ultimately, I hope those questions get resolved because I do think there is a lot of potential for Ben, but I would say I'm walking away with more questions than answers from him.
I think we call that Wickline syndrome, when the cameras are not favorable to tall individuals, because we've seen that before with some sight lines. But the appearances, the last 3 episodes, Will Ferrell, Matt Damon, Olivia Rodrigo, Castless 2, Godzilla movie, and My Ex. Those were the 3 longest appearances of Ben's season, even above his update appearance in the Melissa McCarthy episode. Ones that stand out for me, though, Tutoring the Cool Kid with Connor Story. Got to see him at least own the set, pairing him with this heartthrob guy playing the jock. He's playing the nerd. He gets to play a synthesizer. Thank you for coming to my house. And other than that, it's ensemble after ensemble. So the screen time numbers for the rookies were good because of that reason. So there's some seasons that the rookies really flounder if they're not leading. With a Tommy Brennan and a Ben Marshall, they really racked up numbers in, hate to say it, garbage time, because we see Bob Army. He was in that, I suppose. The leg surgery sketch with Connor Story. The Guy's Girl, which is the Veronika-led piece in Finn Wolfhard's episode. Again, like Kam Patterson, a lot of classrooms. Ice skating with Connor Story, also, that's a good one because he got to at least have some comedic moments and not just be a guy in a sketch. But, Bill, I know you want to talk about it, so I'm going to throw to you. This is the cast member who's known for kissing boys. So, Heated Wizardry with Finn Wolfhard. Harry Styles monologue. Josh O'Connor, sensitive strippers. Is there an angle here that we can explore in season 2 for Ben?
Oh my goodness, Mike! No, come on, that can't be the angle that we take for him.
That's the Bill Kenney angle, though.
Listen, everything you brought up, I think there's hope for what we saw in the last few episodes, including what you mentioned with my ex, because I think and Ashley elevated everyone. We'll talk about Ashley at some point tonight, I'm sure. But like that mashed potato scene, him getting his shirt ripped off. He played so well with her and he kept up with her beat by beat. Didn't matter. Like she was just so powerful in this sketch and he held his own. So that really gave me hope. If we're going to point to one thing that you can say, yeah, that he could do this. But yeah, it is a lot of garbage time, Mike. That's a perfect way to put it because, and it's the same as Tommy, right? Like bachelor party sketches constantly, just, fourth dude in the sketch. What's he doing? Anybody can do that, right? Or anybody in sketch performing can do that. So I love Ben. I love PDD. They are still together, so that's one of the strange things as well. They're touring again this summer, so we'll eventually get to the bottom of why it happened the way it happened. But I got to tell you, I really hope he comes back because I think he's the heir apparent to Mikey as far as reactions, as far as going to the guy who doesn't know what's going on. He feels like the right fit for that, and he did that quite a bit this year. So I'd like to see him come back.
So if you're saying you really liked him to come back, what would you do differently with him? Because Mikey Day's role is always needed by somebody, whether it's Mikey or somebody else. But do you want to see him do kind of like what Martin's doing and kind of have his own corner of pre-tapes? Like I Miss My Ex's Dad, because I think what I want to get down to is the opportunities missed, opportunities hit in this season. And I think I mentioned last week, like, I think having Ego Odom would have improved the season. I think having PDD would have improved the season and not having Ben in the cast. That's not to say that him staying in the cast, he'll develop into something more, but what would that look like to you?
Well, that's a great question. I think, yeah, I mean, having his own corner wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But, we saw Martin only get a couple pieces on and one that even didn't get put online, I believe, right? So is there enough room between that and Bula and, what we're getting from Streeter and Mikey? I don't know. I think he's got, there's stuff in the live sketches that can be done. Do you tighten the cast? We're dreaming now, right? Where we get down to 13, 14 people, and there's more roles to go to him. I think seeing him work with other people, come into more boyfriend roles is a way we can go. He didn't really do a lot of that. So I think if you find a way to get him into things like that, let him get his sea legs in the live sketches. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think how little pre-tapes he had, right? Maybe they were afraid of comparisons to PDD, so they didn't want to do that. But then Martin got his on, so I don't know.
It was 17% was the highest in the cast. So that doesn't mean that Ben had the most pre-tape minutes on screen, but the most of his screen time was dedicated to that part of the show. So of his pie chart, 17% is the highest amongst the whole cast. I want to shout out the Ma Hospital pre-tape from Ben because it did show some edge. Like he was kind of like dark and like he talks about shooting his parents because they got the vaccine. Like there's something about having him make that turn that we know so well from Dismukes that I wouldn't mind seeing. John, do you have any opinions on where Ben could go into a different lane? Because seeing all his time on PDD, like he had an hour, just over an hour this season. He had 39 minutes with Please Don't Destroy before that. And we could point to probably 10 moments with PDD that Ben shined the most. But in this season of an hour of screen time, there wasn't that many. So is there kind of like a darkness to explore or something else?
I think there probably is. I don't know about darkness. I think there's more range he could show in sketches. I don't know if it's dark necessarily, but I think he just needs to show more personality. I find him very stiff in a lot of these sketches, and I just want him to sort of embrace it. I would assume that, you know, at least my experience with him is he has been a little bit introverted around me when I've met him. I don't know if he's like that when he's with people that he's comfortable and knows really well, but I just wonder if he's still figured out how to come alive on stage, and if he really wanted to be in the cast and was sort of thrust into the position. Like, I don't know what the situation was, and I'd love to be able to have those conversations with him one day. But I think it's a really good sign that even in the episodes where he had things cut at dress, for the most part, they were placed online, which I think is something that doesn't reflect in these cards that we're doing of just the canon on-air stuff. But it's important to point out that I think the show did want his work out there. So Tall Plain Boyfriend from Sabrina Carpenter's episode, that ended up online. The Espresso Martini Safe Room for Ariana Grande's episode, that one. Mom's Camera Roll, Tiana Taylor. The Jack Harlow thing, which I thought was probably the best thing I had seen from him all year long, that ended up online. So you're thinking of a lot of moments here where, yes, they didn't make the show, which is typically an indicator of lack of trust in the player or did not coming together as much or as prioritized as other cast members. But still, it feels to me in this era of, well, digital sketches are being more strategically used, I feel like there is some faith and confidence in Ben that there's maybe a 2-year or 3-year plan with him. But in year one, I am personally a little bit more disappointed than I thought I would be. I really thought we'd be coming here at the end of the year and talking about him in the 7th, 8th, 9th slot, not the top of this cast, but someone who came in from the writer's room and really found his way part of the main part of this cast, which I don't think he did.
Speaking of disappointing, kind of crazy that Ben had 43 minutes, 54 seconds of live sketch time, more than James Austin Johnson. I feel like, you know, we'll talk about him later, but it seems like for ensemble sketches we're talking about, maybe they just lean into the youth of the cast for those, but I'd like to see more Judge in those moments. But Legacy Watch is, I think, always going to be tied to PDD, whether you like it or not. So as I mentioned, I would have preferred to have one more season of them than to have one of them elevated, and that's nothing against Ben. That's also for John and Martin as well. So it's kind of just a weird situation that he was put in. That was a success story, and now we're seeing the results, and there's more to be desired, I feel. So let's move on to the next person.
Can I just do one last legacy thing on him? I'll say overall, he could always say that he was an SNL cast member, no matter what happens after this year. I think his legacy went down a little bit from where he was. If he just would have left the show or PDD would have left together, I think we would have all been like, whoa, missing PDD. I don't know that he did enough in his first year to say, oh man, Ben's legacy at the show increased that much. But obviously there's hope and opportunity in the future that he will get there where we could walk away saying that his post PDD years were maybe better than his PDD years, just not yet.
I'm actually so glad you said that, because I think that this split, this 3-way hydra that they did of this 3-headed monster going in 3 different directions does dampen that legacy a little bit. We look back at the sketches of PDD, we're not going to think about that. But when we see Ben now, we just know what could be happening, and it's not happening. And it's definitely a disservice to him and maybe to the show. But I'm definitely looking forward to it. I guess before we move on, I should ask John, is he back?
I think he's back. I would say that he is my second on the chopping block ahead of Tommy. I think that Kam, to me, if I'm designing the cast next year, I think that Kam showed me more than Ben, but I do believe that the show would probably be more likely to bring back Ben than Kam.
I would say if he didn't have the previous history, I would completely say not back. I just don't know the relationships behind the scenes that say there's a plan here and year 2, year 3 are going to be like this. Yes. Bill, what about you?
I think he's back. I think let's shoot for the stars here. Maybe he has an Al Franken type breakout where the first few years of SNL, it was Franken and Davis. That was pretty much all they did on screen. Uh, in the 5th season, Franken really broke out from that mold, went on Update, did all the pieces that he did on there. He didn't do a lot of great sketch work at that point outside of Update, but that could be something that Ben could shoot for. Kind of like, this is not, PDD doesn't define who I am on SNL. I'm going to come out in my 2nd season and just kill it.
Also, I think ladies love Ben, so that might help. Let's move on to maybe the second most fascinating storyline of the season, and that's Jane Wickline in season 2. I've never seen in our podcasting history someone get the barrage of hate that Jane Wickline has gotten in her first season, and then I think it increased because she was brought back and people like Devin, Longfellow, and Emil weren't. So Jane gets a 2nd season. Her screen time goes up 39%, 3rd best improvement amongst the cast. And we got to see way more from her, of course. Everyone's going to say, well, there's less women. But Jane did different things. It wasn't that we saw more of that. We saw her in different areas, and I think chief among them is the pairing with Veronika Slowikowska. I would put the White Castle drive-thru in my top 3 sketches of the season, and I might also put Cousin Planet. I'm putting Cousin Planet in my top 3, so if I'm putting that in my top 3, that could be 2 out of 3 with Jane and Veronika. So that's where I stand on it. But looking at her season, I have to go back, because I mentioned for Kam Patterson. Jane Wickline, 16 minutes, 30 seconds, rookie year on Update. Season 2 for Jane, 14 minutes, 24 seconds. So a 13% decrease on Update. But the live sketches, Bill, up 153%. So we saw 17 minutes, 47 seconds of Jane compared to 45 minutes of Jane. So the live sketches for her definitely is the storyline in season 2. So what do you take away from the improvement arc of Jane Wickline, the redemption arc, I should say?
It is certainly a redemption arc, and John and I talked about that so much right before the break at the holiday, and like what was going on with her, and the way she was performing in sketches wasn't great. So is this a mistake that she was brought back for season 2? We're 9 episodes in and she's not really doing anything. She's and she comes back from break, and it's one of the wildest turnarounds we've ever seen, right? This is just incredible what she's able to do. I said it before, and I think what she comes in and is able to do with so little, whether it's one line or pulling off her clothes and Carry On My Wayward Son and revealing that she's wearing the same thing as the dudes. Like the Skarsgård episode is going to be something. If Jane has a 5 or 6 season arc, that's going to be what we're going to point to, where everything changed, right? Because she not only gets the play date where she has one of the greatest lines of the season, stop asking if she knows things, but she also has the luge sketch. So we get to see her in a pre-tape really kill it as well. So I think, I'm just fascinated with what we got to see from her. This would be like Victoria Jackson coming out and doing Shakespeare in the middle of her 2nd season. Like, wow, where was this? Who's this? Who's this girl? So I'm very happy to see this. The hate that she was given online and in Reddit threads and things like that was completely unjustified from day 1, season 1. But she's really shown herself. And yes, that pairing with Veronika is something we really need to keep an eye on going into season 52.
So here are the Jane Wickline stats in her 2nd season. 52.5 power ranking puts her 13th overall. 1 hour, 6 minutes, 51 seconds over 56 segments. Most shared with Chloe Fineman, 34 of those. A 2.8 sketches per episode. Saw her in no cold opens this season, but we saw her in a little bit of a monologue, 1.6 there. 67.6% in that live sketch, that huge improvement. 4.5 in pre-tape, so not much there compared to last year, and 21.5% on Update, which was the big decrease, mentioning that really her first season was update reliant. So looking back at all the episodes, we see a big number with Coleman Domingo. The biggest appearances was that fashion district robbery where Marcello racked up some points there too. Cast list 2 with Will Ferrell. Boys podcast, that's got to be it, right? It's an early season 51 sketch that I think Jane got some legs with. John, what do you think?
Yeah, I would say so. I think, look, she definitely benefited that there were limited women to choose from to put in sketches like that. So I think that she had an opportunity to work with some of the other women in the cast, maybe more than had like Chloe, Ego, Heidi, Sarah, all been there with Ashley and her. So I think there's that. Look, it probably was tough for Jane with the ascendance of Ashley and knowing that they're in the same class to move forward week to week to figure out what her place is on this show. I'm endlessly fascinated with Jane. I think that she is the most polarizing cast member we've had in a minute. She is someone who gets so much hate and also so much love at the same time. And I think that, for me, this was a definite improvement over last season. And it was something that I think that both worked for the eye test and in the numbers. So last season, 2.4 SPE, we mentioned earlier. This season, 2.94. So she's up over half a sketch in any given episode. So every 2 episodes, you expect to see at least one more Jane sketch, which shows definitely more confidence from year 1 to year 2. But it's also the way that they were using her. I feel like they were sort of forcing her into this box of like, all right, she's going to be another part of the group. Maybe she'll have a line here. But it does feel like they're going to her for the kicker. They're like, all right, we have this extra card in the deck, and it's like, all right, we're just going to play this right here to get that cherry on top to a joke or a bit or a sketch. And I think that really works for her. Do I think that her comedy style, from what I've seen, is sustainable from episode to episode? I don't know. I don't think that we're going to get the Jane Wickline show. I don't think that we're going to expect week to week to get a Jane Wickline centric sketch. But it does feel like if we're looking at a cast of 16 people, she totally deserves a slot for me, because I'm fine having one of my cast members as a quirky, very dry performer who will do some update bits and then add to a sketch without having the pressure of putting her in everything. Like if she ends up somewhere between, I don't know, 8 and 12 in the power rankings year after year, I don't think we're going to ever walk away saying, oh, this was an all-time great cast member. But I think we're going to look at her fondly at the end of her career. So I'm glad they kept her.
I am too. I love to see some redemption. Speaking of those names we mentioned earlier of the one and dones, is we always wonder what would have happened in their second season, because John, even mentioning the coaching aspect of it, and what if we give those people a chance the second time around and they completely blossom? I don't think Jane's completely blossomed yet, but from season 1 to season 2, it's a stark difference. I mentioned the 39% increase in screen time, but we're seeing her top of the show more. We're seeing her with a 526% increase in the first sketch. We would never see Jane Wickline in the first sketch after the monologue last season. Now we're front loading her, not doing just update. And what I want to touch on is what I can kind of put my finger on, what I like about her in a live sketch, is the Alexander Skarsgård playdate sketch and the Harry Styles courtroom sketch, where she's doing something with a delivery that I think other talented women like Ashley, Sarah, and Chloe, who are seemingly way more versed in this medium than Jane, couldn't quite do like she does. So her reading back as a stenographer with Harry Styles and, my dad, your dad, my dad, your dad, the whole thing. And the sense of danger in the room that she showed when Alexander Skarsgård playing the little girl in the play date and can be like, don't kill us. Just like, keep it cool. I think that's what I can point to, where in season 1, I could not point to something in a live sketch. We saw the dead body in the water slide where she got slammed for online for her like wooden performance. I think she's evolved and, maybe has taken some classes or really learned from people around her. So I'd like to see that. Averages 321 per episode. Average appearance a minute 12. Bill Kenney. Favorite appearance from Jane this year? Could be update.
I'll go back to Playdate. I think that is a top 3 line for me for the entire season, and she had it. Yeah, John's point about she doesn't have to be front and center. And if you're going to have a cast of 16, if this was a cast of 8, if this was early 80s, yeah, I don't know that Jane makes the cut, because you can't have that weak link. You can't have the person who can't carry a sketch because there's so much going on. But that's part of the beauty, if you're going to have a cast this big, that you can have somebody come in here and be the closer and do what she did. The karate instructor one is another one where she came out for a second and killed it, right? So
that was great.
Yeah, I'm really heartened to see what Jane did in the final 9 episodes of the season.
She also kind of reminds me, Mike, of the way that Pete Davidson was in sketches when he first joined the show, where he was really good at the update desk, but then in sketches he just felt awkward. And I think that he eventually did figure it out. Now, I think Jane has a much different lane than Pete now in her sketches. And to me, the ideal place for her, because I don't think there's been anybody like her in the history of Saturday Night Live on the show. I think that she could be the answer to a modern day Andy Kaufman, Fred Armisen type of performer, where she's so dry to the point of it's great to do that in sketches, but also what if her starring roles were somewhat annoying to the audience to the point where it became funny? And I think that she relies on her where she came from, which is, TikTok and keyboard. But I also think that she just has such this dry wit and humor to her that I would really love to see her kind of play with the format a little bit more. So I think that's a great path for her. And then obviously the second one is her relationship to Veronika, who is a rising star at the show and is clearly more outwardly extroverted. And I think that they have this weird kind of buddy cop duo thing going on where they're very different from each other, but somehow they just work together. And that's exciting for me.
We said it last year with the pairing with Marcello, having the meek, quiet, tall Jane versus the loud, boisterous, shorter Marcello next to her at the update desk. We saw that come back early in the season. Haven't seen it since, but did debut new characters too. It's one thing if Jane brings the keyboard to the desk and kills it. Love the chord tension she brings to the piano. Always cool to see what she's going to do there. But seeing her do the Gen Z sex expert and the button collector, that's Lint Greer and Tamara. Also on Shay's side was cool. I like to see if we see Jane and Shay back next year. See them on that side of the desk is, I think, more fun than Colin Jost. And the power ranking last year, Jane's one of the outliers who kind of bucked the system of the power ranking, because we saw her fall below Emile, her classmate, at 41.4. Jane was a 39.0. So she's now up to a 52.5. Huge improvement. Just shows all around improvement in the facets of the show, not just update. And averaging 321 per episode is very respectable. So legacy watch for Jane. I think if she walked away now on her own accord, she's memorable for the songs, memorable for the arc, more importantly, and could go right back to what she was doing before with even more success. John, what's Jane Wickline's legacy if this is it and no promotion?
Yeah, I think if this is it, I think it's a very weird 2 years at Saturday Night Live. I think she probably walked herself out of a bottom 10 cast member in SNL history into maybe like the 120 to 130 range. And I think that there is a ceiling that she can continue to break through. Like, I think if she continues to find her place in sketches, if she and her and Veronika become this great duo of this era, I think then we could be like, all right, like, is she a top 100 cast member ever? Does she has the stats to prove it? Does her SPE for her career get above 3? Does she start finding her place, maybe in more monologues as, coming to talk to the host and having this weird kind of conversation with the host? I just think she needs to play into who she really is. And I think the show has somehow figured that out. And that's maybe why I've enjoyed this season as much as anyone we've ever talked about, because they're trying things.
I couldn't agree more with the power ranking being like 12 to 8 max. I don't think SNL could exist as a show with Jane Wickline in the top 5. I just don't see that ever happening, and that's not a bad thing. It's just usage is important. So, Bill, legacy watch over to you. She had 56 appearances this year. I don't think we're gonna see her ever really crack 80. But do you think that there's a lane that she could just be more ensemble, or are we maxing out at this kind of 56 over 20 episodes? I think it's kind of good. Like getting to a 3.0 for her might be too much. Is moderation for Jane Wickline the answer?
Yeah, I think so. I every team needs that person who just brings a little extra flavor, who's not going to be the front and center. Mike, you'll appreciate this. He played for you for a little while. Kike Hernandez. He's my boy. He's not going to be hitting 60 home runs and leading the team, but you want that intangible coming in and filling in the blanks with sketches. And I think that I don't think she's plateaued. I don't think she's reached. She's not going to hit 80. I wouldn't imagine ever, but can that go up? Yeah, because we saw what she did with just half a really good season. So what can she do with a full good season in season 3?
Her remaining classmate is, of course, Asher Padilla, who, if you stay with us, will be talked about later in the evening. So easy to say that for her classmate, but is Jane Wickline back for a repertory first season next year in year 3, Bill?
Yes, I believe so.
John, what about you?
I got to think so. I mean, I don't think that they would have invested in her as much as they have this season to try and fix what was going on if they weren't going to bring her back.
Agreed. I think Michael Longfellow is the one I go back to the most of. They put the time in, but not the effort. And I think with Jane, 2 seasons, they put the effort in. So might as well get the payoff from that. Let's move on to somebody I've been neglecting. Everyone always asks me, why does Michael Che get less screen time than Colin Jost? Well, I guess he's that overlookable, being in 20 segments and 20 episodes, has not made a single appearance outside the Weekend Update desk since the Pete Davidson premiere a couple of years ago. We saw him in a PDD short, the Kings of Comedy, the little PDD comedians, which is great. So Michael Che does fall below Ben Marshall and Jane Wickline. But we're going to talk about Michael Che a little bit, because this is somebody coming into 51 that we didn't know. Is it going to be a desk shakeup? Lauren mentioned a cast shakeup. It didn't come at Weekend Update, Bill. So seeing Jost and Che coming back for this many years, if Jost is back next year, he hits episode 250. So we're talking about, now we've reached 1,000 episodes. What a chunk of the show that is. And I can't imagine at this point Michael Che and Colin Jost separating at the desk. So Bill, what were your thoughts, first of all, to see the same pairing back for 51?
Mike, I don't think I have to ask the question this year. Why does Jost get more time? Right? We know now.
Right,
we know this. It's crazy that he hasn't been in anything else for almost 3 full seasons. But yeah, I was thrilled that they came back. You will never convince me that these guys should leave playing at the level that they're playing at. They seem to have found a resurgence. I said it last year, and I'll say it again this year, where the rhythm, they've gotten away from, like Che, especially doing this asides, the Colin Quinn shit. He got away from that in season 50, and he stayed away from it in 51. These guys are great. Like, nobody ever wants Jon Stewart to leave the Daily Show. So why is this even a topic? Like, why these guys should leave, to give an opportunity to somebody else? The cast is 16 deep. There's room for other cast. I don't want to see them leave playing at the level that they're playing. So I think they had another tremendous season, both of them.
I think that's kind of a hot take in 2026, Bill. Have you seen Anya and Patty on SNL UK? Like,
of course I have.
I know you have. You've been on the hot take shows. But seeing a fresh pair on that segment, doesn't that give you a little bit of like, we could use this right now? Nothing at all. No movement. No needle.
Nope.
All
I
right.
would have kept Norm for 12 years. I would have kept Dennis Miller for 12 years. I have no problem with this. If they're doing their job and they're doing it well, this is not the same as live sketches. This is not the same as pre-tapes where it can get very samey. Now, again, I get there's a decent contingent out there that say otherwise, and I respect that opinion because, yeah, I mean, what we were talking about a couple years ago with if it was Sarah and Longfellow, that would have been fun. That would have been neat to see. You can see some of the people. Can you see Veronika at the desk? Absolutely, but why fix something that's not broken when there's so many other things that are kind of broken?
Well, here are the Michael Che stats. So power ranking wise, he finishes 15th with a 49.6, 1 hour, 20 minutes, 43 seconds, all an update. Who do you share the most segments with? Colin Jost, of course, 20 for 20. And we saw his best episode screen time wise in the finale. We got a joke off. I think at the end of the year, Bill, though, getting a joke off, joke swap. We got a joke off with Amy Poehler and Seth and Tina. But it just felt a little bit like it was time. Last year on this show, I talked about how this would be a good time for, in season 49, we're going back 2 years, to get the regime change in. And then when they didn't do that, I go, okay, we got to get through 50. That makes sense. It's an election year. And now that we have a second Trump administration and Lawrence not going anywhere, I think you're right, Bill, that they aren't either. So, John, what is it to say about Michael Che, who does his job, wears his jeans and sneakers, puts his tie on? It's the 90s, man. He's not going anywhere. Michael Che.
Yeah, I mean, he also wrote a few sketches this year. He wrote the Wizard of Oz sketch from the Josh O'Connor episode, the Black Santa Claus from Ariana Grande's episode with Kenan, as well as the Black Barbershop sketch from Coleman Domingo. So he does contribute in the writer's room every now and then as well, to just add to his resume here of what we get to see on screen. I partially disagree with Bill. I fine with Jost and Chase staying there, especially now that we have Anya and Patty, and we get to see them like doing something a little bit different in SNL UK. So it's kind of fun to get that difference. But ultimately, I don't think the problem with them staying on the desk has anything to do with their quality. I don't feel like they are worse than they were before. I think that they are just, they continue to maintain their level of strength at the desk. For me, it's more that if you are a longtime SNL fan, it's easy to divide eras in your mind by update anchors. So it's easily, you could sort of define of like, all right, these few years are the Kevin Nealon at the desk years, and then it's Norm, and then it's Quinn, and here's Jimmy and Tina. And it sort of feels like there's always an evolution of the show to keep things fresh. So I think it's become harder for people to just feel like, hey, we're never going to get out of this era because Jost and Che are there. Personally, I think that they are, if not the greatest update anchors ever, one of, and I'd love that we continue to look forward to seeing, all right, how are they going to cover this crazy news story this week? So it doesn't bother me personally that much, but I completely resonate with the fans who do feel like SNL is the same every week, and partially it's because we're seeing Jost and Che in the middle of the show.
I think this is a take I haven't done on the show before. I think they're as good as ever at what they do with the joke segments, the writing, the chemistry has never been better. I don't think they feel like they're phoning it in. It doesn't feel lazy to me. I think it's a disservice to the update correspondence at a certain point. When I see new characters and new impressions come up there, I can predict beat for beat how they're going to interact with them. And if I saw Ego Wodum and Bowen Yang, I just wouldn't know how they're going to play off a, Sarah Sherman in a raccoon costume. But like, I know how Colin will. I know how Michael Che will interact with somebody. So that gets laborious to me. I don't think it's the jokes or the chemistry, because I think that's still 10 out of 10. And I don't see them slowing down. It's that those segments, I think, get bogged down by sameness. John, have you ever felt that before?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, but you could argue that Seth sort of had the same relationship to all of his correspondents that came on. He had this introduction and this sort of relationship that he had with, oh, drunk uncle, are you seriously not going to give us that type? Like he always had the same way that he would go about things. So it's hard to say that we had anchors who didn't change up their style, though the longevity of these two makes it really stand out. So I certainly see that. I think it maybe applies a little bit more to Colin Jost than Michael Che, who, has, is constantly made fun of, or they're going to go to have Jost say something very like bizarre on camera. I think for me, ultimately, like I've settled on the fact that we got through this milestone of the 50th. They came back for 51. I think that there's 2 milestones left to accomplish here with Jost and Che that are just logical that you can put out there. One is there's no way that they're leaving before the 2028 election. I just think with Trump in office, the show will pay Jost and Che millions of dollars to stay behind that desk just to have it totally solidified during this administration. They don't want new update anchors to be there to cover what's going on. And then number 2 is Lorne Michaels 83 or 84 after 2028? And how many years more is he going to do this? Are they sort of tied to him? Like, does a new person come in at a certain point and that's the time they decide to go? So I think those are the 2 major questions we have.
For sure. And that's why I had such a hunch that it was the end before 50, because I didn't think that Lorne Michaels would ever want to leave the show and shaky hands at the desk. So if he's going to stay at the show and now he's in his 80s, election coming up, for sure not. Does not want to try something new, have it suck, and then retire from the show that he built. That's not happening. I think with Colin Jost breaking out other places, don't expect to see that from Che. He's going to do what he does. He is one of 4 cast members whose screen time did decline. So, of course, I'm going to do the legacy watch question right now. And we've kind of already discussed that. But we saw less Che this season than last, and with the exact same amount of segments. So, also, I should say this. Michael Che at the desk still brings some danger that I was worried about if they were replaced. You put in a writer that no one's heard of. You put in a female anchor to finally, we haven't had a female anchor since really, other than Cecily, since, Tina, then Amy and Seth, and then to this duo. You wouldn't want to have those people be the face of some of these jokes where Colin and Michael can take the punches. So I do want to give Michael Che credit for that, and he's still doing it.
I call bullshit because if he was so dangerous, he would have let Joe shave his hair.
I'm talking about the joke writing.
I know what you're talking about. There's, I think the danger label has been removed when he called Jost the greatest comedian ever.
Yeah, that's a line. But legacy, we should still do it. Bill, is Michael Che back or in 52?
Yeah, he's back. I guess the question I would have is, if one of them leaves, would the other one definitely leave? Or would you have a Tina to Amy to Seth kind of thing where you replace one person? I can't imagine that because of the length that we've had them, that one of them would stay and the other one wouldn't, but they're safe. Yeah, he's safe.
Mike, can I play my game with Bill that I play every year?
Of course.
Bill, there's only 2 people in the history of SNL that have worse SPEs than Michael Che. Do you know who they are?
John, I was watching our show from last year. Yes, of course I do. Laurie Metcalf and Emily Prager. If you've been with us for the last 3 years, you knew that was coming.
Down to a 1.11 SPE for his career in 242 episodes.
Well, they lasted almost as long as that, so.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep, screen time down 7.7%. From last season. He went down 20 seconds overall. So from 4 minutes 22 in season 50 to 4:02 in season 51. Let's move on and get back on track, John, of the power rankings. So coming up next, we cover Jane Wickline is, I think maybe there's one other person I could name, but the biggest spring run we saw. And that's from another rookie. We talked about Cam, Tommy, and Ben. And I'm talking about Mr. On Blast, Jeremy Culhane, who finished with a 56.5 power ranking at the very last minute, past the only rookie we haven't mentioned yet in appearances with 68, an hour, 8 minutes, 55 seconds. Peaked in the finale with Will Ferrell and Paul McCartney, no less. Only one update spot given, and it's to Mr. On Blast. Bill Kenney, when you look back at big classes, John mentioned Brooks Wheelan earlier. I love a Brooks Wheelan mention with like the John Milheisers and the Mike O'Briens, Beck and Kyle and Noel. And do you think Jeremy Culhane stands above in this class so far?
He does, because we started the season just with the constant Bobby Moynihan comparisons, and there is still the sliver of that with, a lot of the different things that he does, but he came into his own in a big way with two of the biggest weekend update pieces we had all year in Tucker and Mr. On Blast. And let me tell you, like that, I can't think of something in the last 5 years that became more of a catchphrase than what he was doing with Tucker Carlson. Right? What are we doing? What's going on? Like, I say that in my regular life now. I haven't done that since like the early 2010s. I find myself saying that on an almost daily basis because it's so catchy and such a great impression on top of that all. But yeah, his sketch work was great. What he did, we saw it early with Melissa McCarthy and the sample sketch, and he really brought it. He really brought it. I think the modern comp to him would be somebody called Ashley, where what we saw from her in the first season of what she did was such great seedlings of possible greatness. I think we have that here with him too.
For sure. The comparisons were definitely apt. I can look back at Ashley's season because it seemed very similar. Looking back, Ashley had a 44.1 power ranking. Jeremy's at 56.5, so he beats her in that regard. Screen time for Ashley last season, 56:32. He beats her in that as well. And a lot of it was because this finale was a monster for him. 9 minutes, 20 seconds in the Will Ferrell finale. Cast list, of course, but the update piece as well. He got a little JD Vance in there. So taking that over from Bowen Yang, I think he got 3 appearances as JD Vance, but 19.8% on update, 9.5% on pre-tapes, 56.5% on live sketches. So a little smaller piece of the pie for the live sketch, and 13.3% cold opens. So if you're a rookie and you're in cold opens, that's a good sign. Most shared segments was with the player of the president, James Austin Johnson, 37 of those, a 3.4 SPE. So if you're asking John Schneider, what's a good season? That's a good season. 3.4 sketches per episode, finishes 12th in the power ranking in his rookie season. I think there's just a lot of excitement going into the summer with Jeremy Culhane, which excites me as a SNL stat analyst because I'm really looking forward to seeing what he does in season 2. Maybe even more than an Ashley because she had an amazing year. I want to see what Jeremy does in season 2, John.
Me too. I can't wait. I mean, I think I'm maybe most excited to see what he's going to do, except for Ashley. I mean, it was so cool for him to have such a big finale after all the hype was building around him all year long. And I think they held him back actually a little bit because I think he was more ready than any of the other rookies for this show. Coming from Dropout seems to be a path that I think they're going to go back to because he was really confident from the moment he stepped on screen. Him getting the role of JD Vance, even if there was not a sketch built around him, I think was a role that was very important for him this year. And then obviously his roles at the update desk were some of the most talked about for the entire season. So I think, goals for next year would be to have more sketches like he had with Melissa McCarthy, that free sample sketch. I want to see more things from him that he's really tailoring. I think that there's way more to do with him in pre-tapes. It's a very small chunk of the pie here. But, I don't know that you can ask for much more. 3.4 in your rookie season is a very good rookie season. It's one of the best that we've seen in a while, and I'm really excited for him. I think that he has longevity at the show. I don't know that I've given up on the Bobby Moynihan comparisons. I know that some people love to look at cast members and sort of shed the comparisons after a year or two and let them go into their own lane, and I think that's fine. But I think that Bobby brought a joy to his performances in the same way that Jeremy does. Even if you're not looking at like physical resemblance or roles that Bobby could have done like Jeremy, I think for me, there's just something that's so happy, and he seems so excited to be there. And we've had Bobby on a bunch of times on the show, and he just talks about how much he loves Saturday Night Live. I think this is everything you could want to have as an SNL fan, is have someone like Jeremy at the show.
I couldn't agree more with the ready to play right away, because this is somebody that just seemed seasoned immediately. Sometimes we see people like Veronika or Jane coming from TikTok or stand-ups, and you can kind of feel the nerves. I don't think I ever felt for a second Jeremy not being ready for the moment, and seemingly can be put anywhere. Talking about Ben and Tommy earlier tonight, and if Mikey is in their way, I think Jeremy could definitely do that, because he can be ensemble, he can be the straight man, or he can be wacky. And I'm looking at his longest appearances. Not a lot stand out amongst the ensembles. We have the updates, which was 2 Mr. On Blasts and 2 Tuckers. There's some JD Vance in there in cold opens. But I'm looking back at like the emo mom sketch with Amy Poehler, like playing the son. I could see him doing more of that kind of stuff, of being kind of like a little anxious. Of course, no one's mentioned Pinwheel yet, but a breakout moment early on in a 10-1. Mikey Day kind of shepherding him there, which is kind of a cool thing to see. If, Mikey leaves and Jeremy goes on to do great things, can look back at that moment of, passing of the torch in that regard. And there's just some moments in those class sketches, not the classroom, but like the self-defense and Dancing 101 or Sabrina's girl boss seminar, that like you give him a little bit, he kind of popped, Bill.
Yeah, the dance instructor one really stands out. Where was he a virgin? I can't remember the entire setup of what he was saying there, but yeah, he, with the sketch of Ariana killing it and dancing all over the place. You've got Bowen in there as well. You've got Marcello chewing the scenery. He's shown in that sketch by a country mile. Yeah, the Pinwheel cannot be overstated on how great that was so early on, and what we saw. Putting Bowen in the straight role there while him and Mikey are doing their thing was a brilliant move, and that's a lot of trust. And you mentioned JD Vance, like that's a lot of trust too, because you're talking about the vice president of the United States, not going to be in everything like Zhazh is with Trump, but like it's still something you're going to. This isn't the Secretary of Energy. You're going to have to go to Vance quite a bit. So to take that over from an all-timer like Bowen, I mean, that's a pretty big move for somebody who's not necessarily an impressionist,
and somebody that could potentially become the president that you'd be doing cold open someday. But John, I think this is a good question for you. There's SNL stars to us, and there's also SNL stars to the civilians out there that might catch SNL once in a while, see a viral sketch on YouTube. Is Jeremy somebody who has a really solid chance, he maybe already does, at being a fan favorite, but doesn't have the crossover impact that we've seen a lot? Because there's Bobby Moynihan's been mentioned already. Dismukes has been the same way. Dismukes had pretty bad stats, increased year after year after year to being one of the best live sketch players we've seen in the decade. Probably last 10 years, not just a decade. Jeremy Culhane has that background where he can just put up numbers, but not like have your mom know who he is.
I think it's kind of early to tell. I don't mean to cop out on an answer, but I just think that he's such a good reactor. He's so good with facial expressions, what he brings to other people's sketches. I think about like the Goo Goo Man, where he's the guy in line and he has a question about the Goo Goo Man at that moment. Like that was such a good bit for him to be there. And I think that those are the things that don't go mainstream, but really work with the fans. And I do think that Jeremy so far feels like the fans type of cast member. However, he was coming on really strong towards the end of the year. In addition to the stuff that we see on screen that made the show, he had a bunch of cuts towards the end of the year that made it to dress. So he had a movie stand-in sketch in the Harry Styles episode, the Cool Pap, that CPAP commercial that got cut but put online from Jack Black's episode. Tucker Carlson was cut before it came back. And then the Juicy Tubin sketch, which was cut for time in the Will Ferrell episode. That one was really strong if you go see that. So imagine had that made the show and not been cut for time, that 9 minutes and 20 seconds is more like 12 minutes. And I think that that is a huge stamp on his season. So for me, my chips are in, my stock is in. I think he has a little bit more work to do to say, hey, he's going to be the mainstream guy that we're going to have a Jeremy sketch week after week. But I think he is an absolute lock to be a part of whatever ensemble we have moving forward.
This feels like the easiest call for me because looking at Danger Watch quarterly on By the Numbers, looking at the final power rankings, it's, you know, the idea of it is look at a single number, but looking at how the number was achieved, it's so clear to me that the show has faith in him. It wasn't just a pop here and there. It was really, I mean, the last two episodes, 454 with Damon, 920 with Will Ferrell. Yeah, there's ensembles in there, but there's also, update appearances back to back, and going out like that, I think is really impressive. I don't think we've seen somebody rookie who's, I mean, look at his screen time by episode. It's very roller coaster. It's not like Jeremy was crushing it all year. It's up and down. But to finish strong like that, Bill, I think that might be the most valuable thing of all. So what do you think about finishing strong versus having maybe the viral moment of the season? Because Ashley, you could point to like the Bill Burr Beautiful Dogs or things like that, but there wasn't some big moment. Of course, Joanne Fabric got on at the end, but I think with Jeremy, ending like this is the most easily predictable thing that he's back, more than Cam, Tommy, even Veronika.
Yeah, and I think that's where the Ashley comparison, even though you're right, the viral moment isn't really there for Ashley in season 1 of her career. But yeah, the roller coaster of it all was something that we saw from Ashley. But the potential was so strong that you got to see the dog sketch, you got to see the sketch with Keaton and things like that. So yeah, but she didn't have the update pieces that Jeremy had this year, obviously, with 4 things that you can point to just at the desk alone. So yeah, this is probably the easiest one for me as well to say he's definitely back.
And that's a 56.5 power ranking. Looking back, that's above a Chloe Fineman, Longfellow for rookies, for comparing to non-rookies, and it's above Michael Che last season. So he's kind of in a similar point that he would have been last year in the cast. So that only tells me that there's more upside to come later. So I think we're 3 for 3. Should we move on, John?
Well, I just want to say, for a legacy perspective, if this was it for Jeremy, I think it's top 5 worst firings after one season in the history of the show.
Yeah.
So that's for sure. I'll say ceiling for me for Jeremy. I don't know that we'll get there, but I think his ceiling is Bill Hader. I think his floor is Bobby.
Floor is Bobby is high praise.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're going to go to our final rookie of this class of 5 and 51. And John, remind the listeners, who won Rookie of the Year?
So it was Jeremy Culhane who ended up taking it home, but I think both Jeremy and Veronika were very good candidates.
And who did you vote for?
I did vote for Jeremy. I feel like Veronika may have taken it back from Jeremy about partway through the season, which we'll talk about when we get to her card. But I think at the end of the season, Jeremy pulled it away.
And Bill, were you like John? Did you vote for Jeremy or did you vote for Veronika for Rookie of the Year?
I did vote for Jeremy as well. And I think what John said, because you see what she did at the beginning of the season, starting from that first episode and kind of the first face that we see out of the rookie class, and what she did in the Sabrina episode that you can see on the card there. But yeah, I don't want to say she tapered off, but she definitely had some higher moments early on in the season. But yeah, I mean, it's 1A for sure.
Yeah, this is the only rookie that had the really slight slump late rather than early. And that's Veronika Slowikowska, first season featured player, power ranking a 61.0, ranking her 11th if you include Bowen, 10th if you don't. Screen time, 1 hour, 21 minutes, 53 seconds, 67 segments. It looked like a runaway for her until Jeremy at the end took it over at 68, 3.35 sketch per episode, 39 segments here with Sarah Sherman. So if you can think of some of those that you really liked, put them in the chat. We had 74.5% in live sketch, 10.8% in pre-tape, 10.2 in update. We saw her make the latest debut and update amongst the 5 rookies. And we saw a rookie lead in screen time, lead in power ranking. This is maybe my favorite stat of the season that doesn't involve Ashley Padilla's name, is that Veronika Slowikowska as a rookie led in screen time only the 3rd time since we've been podcasting. There's 2 others. One is Marcello's rookie year in 48 with Jenna Ortega. The other is James Austin Johnson in his first episode hosted by Owen Wilson. So Veronica's in rare company there. This is a rookie that I think the show needed. Somebody that has crossover appeal from an audience prior, but also can fill kind of any of the female roles, brings youth. It's tough to replace an Heidi or an Ego. Maybe easier to replace a Chloe, let's be honest, but haven't seen the same impressions maybe from her, but they served similar purposes. And there was notable times this season where I saw Veronika in a role and I go, last season that was easily Chloe, not Heidi or Ego. Now it's Veronika. So this is a rookie that had a minute 33 debut, better than all the men. Cam had a short update appearance, of course, but had a monster episode in the middle and had such a great average. It did drop at the end, but I think she'd be my vote for rookie of the year on paper. John, I'm going to go to you first.
And I get that. And I think she's a worthy candidate. I do think that she comes across young, which is good because I think that's what the show is looking for from her. But I'm interested in seeing how she develops on the show even further as she starts to mature both off the show and on the show, because I think right now she's sort of boxed in, and that's why perhaps I did really like a couple of things from her that maybe aren't as mainstream as, let's say, the White Castle drive-through, which I think was really awesome. But her playing Katie, Beth's maid of honor in the Connor Story episode, for me, that was when I was probably the most impressed with her, because I just felt there was sort of some Cecily Strong-esque vibe from her that we were talking about in the preseason about how that she could bring to this show. And I think that Cecily, similar to her, kind of looked young, did Girlfriend's Talk Show at the beginning with 80, and eventually you saw her playing moms and wives in sketches as she grew on the show. So to me, like, Cecily is kind of like the ceiling for Veronika, where, I have Cecily as maybe like a top 20 cast member of all time. So I think that she has a lot of potential here. I'm so interested to see who she continues to collaborate with. I think her and Jane make a great pairing because they're so different. Is there somebody else on the cast that she's really going to connect with? I just think that Jeremy, I could sort of see the path. I think Veronika has a lot of different paths that you could potentially take with her. And if I was managing this team, I would be maybe even more excited about Veronika, just because I think that the possibilities are so open with her.
I think host synergy has been talked about a lot with Sabrina Carpenter. Of course, 7 minutes, 27 seconds Veronika had, and they've had a friendship post that episode, celebrating New Year's Eve together. And I imagine Sabrina Carpenter's not going to be a one and done host. She'll be back many, many times after her showing this season early on. And this is just a stat that has to be said out loud for one last time. The average episode screen time for Veronika was 4 minutes 6. That's the best rookie screen time I've ever seen. It's better than James Austin Johnson. It's better than any of these rookies we mentioned tonight. It's better than Marcello Hernández or Bowen Yang, people who have become stars in the show. So I have to shout out that stat alone. And it's somebody that I finally thought of it, John. It was I think the Cyclops sketch with Ryan Gosling, with her and Ashley being the duo. That was a moment that I saw, like, okay, there is something happening here, percolating, that Veronika can easily fill this role and more, I think. So Go ahead.
And that's a key point, because I think that the show tried to make Heidi and Chloe a thing for a little bit.
Briefly.
And it very briefly, and it really didn't work.
It
And
was
I
the Megan
do
the Stallion workout sketch. They go, we got to cut this off.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that Veronika and Ashley can be really good in sketches. It doesn't mean we're not going to get Veronika and Jane, but I just think, as if you think about this like up and coming young women trio at the show, I think there's also potential for Veronika and Ashley to do things together in sketches that makes me very excited.
I think the update pieces from her were good. I think that everything else was better, though. I think the ice skating sketch with Connor Story, showing her play that straight foreground with Tommy Brennan and really dictating the entire pace. I love that sketch so much because of the set. I thought it was funny. It was a good, well-written sketch, but the pacing is so key with these ice skaters coming in and out of frame. And Veronika could never break in that sketch. It would ruin it. And she held her own, Bill. So what do you think about her season? Was there a moment that we didn't mention yet?
Yeah, well, this is a comp that I'll be interested to see what John thinks of this. And I'm going only on first season, so don't come at me about a Hall of Famer who's had amazing career on the show. Amy Poehler, I think what you saw from Amy, it's kind of a similar situation where we had a lot of the changing of the female guard with people like Molly and that leaving. Amy comes in, she's a quirky girl. She's got an interesting look to her, and she comes fully formed. And I think Veronika comes fully formed too. And the moment that I really thought that was the guy's girl in the Finn episode, where she comes in and she's playing with all these guys, and just she's trying to make herself seem like she fits in with these dudes, and she goes after all of them in different ways. So that was a moment for me. And you mentioned Sabrina. I think the appliance store was something that really stood out for me, especially early on in the season, that I really enjoyed from her. Her singing with one of the most famous singers in the world in different forms, starting with 1920s jazz music and going all the way through all of that, was another moment that really stood out for me. So I'm really excited to see what we get from Veronika in season 2.
There's an off the field comp too that I should mention. Last week we did cover all the host totals, so go back and check that one out if you want to see that. It's also on our socials. But SNL this season, at least, has been leaning younger. I know that there were some older hosts this season for sure, but I'm looking at Veronika's top episodes: Connor Story, Sabrina Carpenter, Olivia Rodrigo, Josh O'Connor, Harry Styles, Finn Wolfhard. Like, of course, she's young presenting. She's also young in real life. She can play with those people very easily. But as SNL moves into the digital age further with TikTok and everything else and making more of that content, we mentioned Cousin Planet, my favorite. But I can see that she's more valuable as a prospect even after a great season because of that, John.
I'm with you. And that's a great point. I think going back to the Amy comparison, there's two major differences I see right now. And I think it's a great comp, Bill, and I love it. Obviously, you know that I fight for Amy all the time as being an all-time great. I think the two big differences for me, number one, is that when Amy came into the building, Tina was head writer and fought for her like hell. She was her puppet, and she was going to use her and just use her to make sure that every episode just stayed above water that she possibly could. And I think that Allison and Kent have that in Ashley. Streeter has that in Mikey, at least for now. So there's no one that has that with her. Now, hypothetically, if Mikey leaves, is that a storyline we look at where we talked about Ben? But is it possible that, one of the big writers picks up Veronika? Because I think that they should. That's interesting. But I think the other difference is that there was this overwhelming sweetness that Amy Poehler brought to the show. She could be, I think someone in the chat called her a gremlin. She could be that in sketches, but there was always just some like sweetness behind the eyes to her stuff that even when she's playing Amber, who's like jumping around and farting, like I think that there are moments of that I still think Veronika might need to grow into. So it's not a perfect comp, but it's a good one. And the great thing is like, whether you're talking about Cecily, whether you're talking about Amy, you're talking about some of the greatest women that have ever walked in the show. And I think that Veronika just has so much potential to find her path here, that it would be just as egregious to me, Bill, if we were to lose her after just 1 year, as we were talking about with Jeremy.
Absolutely. And one of the things, the other things that I think about, and you know, the storyline with Jane and what she did in White Castle and Cousin Planet, a rookie is picking up a sophomore and kind of carrying her on her back and you know, maybe saving Jane's season by putting her in these different sketches with her. The White Castle, obviously, we've talked about it a million different ways, but that's one of those moments where it's just so endearing to see these two people work together. And you know, we don't have that chemistry with everybody in the cast. So you know, we have the Dismukes, we got the Ashley and Dismukes this year chemistry. I think this is a top 5 chemistry with Jane and Veronika.
Yeah, and shout out to Eric, by the way, who called her the Gremlin. So great job, Eric.
John, is there anything that we want to see from Veronika that we haven't seen before we wrap up?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would love to see her bring her singing ability into sketches more. I don't want it to be an overwhelming thing where we say that this is her absolute established brand, but I see it with, you know, she's probably the closest to Annabelle Marlowe that we see on SNL UK. Who, you know, everyone's talking about Jack and George and like all the there's so many great cast members over there. Annabelle did a bunch of stuff in the Hannah Waddingham episode where I watched that and I was like, oh wow, she is such a beautiful singer and it's so impressive. And to me, I think that there is a way that they're using her that I could totally see them applying to Veronika at times. So yeah, that may be the other layer I'm looking for.
I mentioned update, could see her in a cold open, but the type is tough with political material. I think just lean into this pairing. I don't want to see them flounder. If Jane's back and Veronika's back and we don't see 3 or 4 next year, that'll be a miss for me. Legacy watch, Veronika back for me. John?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, no question here.
Bill Kenney?
Yes, definitely. 100%.
All right, next up is maybe the most interesting cast member to talk about this evening. And I say that because it's a cast member that I've spoken so fondly about, tracking the stats, maybe almost like a place in my heart because we started in season 46 as a podcast, and now here we are 51. This cast member started with us, coming from the writer's room. It's Andrew Dismukes, who finishes 9th in the cast in power ranking, if you don't count Bowen. Gotta keep saying that. 66.5. So an hour 27:26 is the screen time. But I love the idea that you could see somebody start so small, have a second season and build on it, but still be kind of waiting in the wings. 3rd season, we know who this guy is. We know his voice, his tone. 4th season, even more, to 5th season being a like sketch titan almost. Like we were waiting for a Dismukes piece now. To this season being like, are we headed in the same direction now? So I would have thought easily after the first 5-6 episodes, Dismukes would be a top 6 cast member in the power ranking, and falling to really 9th now is interesting because we talk about legacy at the end of this conversation for sure, but here are the stats. 72 segments is a 3.6 per episode segments. 42 with Ashley Padilla, easy to do with her. The breakdown though, 76.2 live sketches. I want to look at the comp because when I met Dismukes, I said, I'm so glad that you're bringing back like the bread and butter of SNL by like leaning into live sketches. Pen to pad, develop the sketch, work with cool people, cast them in the sketch, develop it, and now we see all these Dismukes pieces in history, from Jumanji to Beanie Babies to these type of Sunday Supper this season. And Gargoyle, of course, one of my favorites in the Miles Teller this season. So looking at his live sketch breakdown compared to last year, it did go down, which I was surprised to see. You would not expect this season. So Dismukes in live sketches down 17.3%. I think that's really the headline, John, I'm going to start with, because that's what he's known for. So if he's back next year and we see him like doing pre-tapes, then great. But the live sketch reduction might make sense for a Kenan or a Mikey at this time, but not Dismukes. So I'm going to go to you first.
It was bizarre, and I'm almost like I'm in my like Casablanca thought process of we'll always have Rasta Driver even if he goes away. But I think that saved his season probably, because I think without that we're walking away being like, oof. I mean, this is like Bill will love this is like somebody hitting like 60 home runs and then coming back the next year and hitting 20. You're like, what is going on? He led he led the cast in sketch appearances last year in the 50th season. And for me, it was just so crazy to see him take a step back. And if I had heard that maybe he was working on some project and maybe less involved, I would be like, oh, okay. But I hadn't heard that necessarily. I know that there were some things that got cut. But for me, it just seems like they took their foot off the pedal with Andrew. And as I told you the last few weeks, it did remind me a little bit of what happened with Forte towards the end of his run on the show, where they used him very heavily for a few years and then started to use him less and less. And he ultimately is going to leave. So would I be surprised if this is it? I would not be.
Now, I don't want to terrify the Dismukes fans in the chat and listening right now, but this is one of the biggest percentage drops I've seen. I'm going to start with the softball, Bill. And this is also bad. 22% reduction in screen time after improving year after year. Of course, everyone's going to peak at some point, but you want to maintain it. Bowen did. Bowen had, got up to like the 4.5s, dropped a little bit to like 420, got back up to 5. Like it happens, year to year. But the power ranking, which knows all, is really scary for Dismukes, because I'm looking at season 50. John mentioned led the cast in appearances. That helps. He finished third at an 82.1. We're talking about a 66.5. Now, dropping point-wise in the power ranking, like actual raw integers, is big. It's a lot bigger than screen time or appearances, because it's meaning over the whole season. So from an 82.1 to a 66.5, what does that mean for somebody in this level of their career? Because Dismukes, I think, was running away with the fan base, Bill.
I think what we're seeing here, and just looking at the graph, there's weeks where he just disappeared, and I feel like we felt that as it was happening. Yeah, it is concerning, obviously, to see such a precipitous drop off in so many categories. But I think his highs were so high, and it's not just because I'm a huge Dismukes fan. I think Gargoyle, top 3 or 4 for me for the year. And he's in Carry On My Wayward Son, which
top 3 or 4 what?
Sketches of the year.
Gargoyle is in your top 3 or 4 sketches for the year?
Live sketches, yes.
Is it a good idea? Gargoyle.
Okay.
I'm surprised that you're surprised.
I am surprised. Yeah.
And I rewatched that one last night, Bill, as well, and I loved it.
Oh my God. It's just a tour de force of what he's capable of, and seeing him play with Ashley in that manner and everybody else involved in it was really great. But Carry On My Wayward Son, probably my favorite sketch of the year. And he's a big part of that. And we get to see the Dismukes electricity there as well. So yes, it is concerning, but I think he's fine. I really do think he's fine, because we've seen stuff like this from Kenan as well, right? And you mentioned Bowen, where they do drop off. There is going to be that point, but he's not number 17 or number 16 here. So
yeah, it's right, Bill, but not to that level. When you reach that 4 to 5 minutes, it's like usually stays there, and no lie here, like 422 per episode is very good. It's not a bad season by any means. It's just the drop off at the end concerning. Later we'll talk about Marcello, who's like I've realized through the stat analysis, like a very spring player. Like Marcello comes alive in spring, and I'm not willing to say that Dismukes drops in the spring because it's one time, but I was kind of hailing him as like Mr. Consistency from Bad Bunny through Ariana Grande, which is the 2025 portion of this season. averaging 5 minutes 31. He dropped so much to get to 422 total. So yeah, it's a minute 9 net from 2025 to 2026, but overall, that drop is even worse because he had the strong first half. So I think it's kind of up to him. I feel like a Taron Killam situation where someone can really bring it for a period and lift up a transition did happen for him. But I don't see the show just being like Dismukes is done. He's such a presence in the writer's room and has a voice. So, John, legacy watch for Dismukes might be the most interesting point of the night.
Right. So I think he's out of the top 50 after this year. He's one of my favorite cast members of all time. I cannot say that he is a case for being a top 50 cast member of all time right now. I think he's maybe somewhere in that 50 to 65 range. I could argue maybe somewhere in the top 75. I think that I needed another follow-up great season from him to say, all right, you cracked my top 50. I'd say he's the second greatest weirdo in the history of the show. So I made my weirdo rankings before this podcast.
I know who's first.
All right, of course. Yeah, Mr. Forte has to be number first. Will Forte first, Dismukes second, Tim Robinson goes number 3, Mike O'Brien number 4, Paul Britton number 5. Those are the weirdo orders there. But to me, obviously one of my favorite cast members ever. I'm so grateful whatever we get from him, even if it's Gargoyle, because I think that's that 8 Sunday suppers supper. I think it was great. For me, like I got to a point where a couple years ago I was wondering, all right, are we finally doing it? Are we leaning into the full Dismukes and getting him once every episode of just getting this like weird, bizarre sketch? And then they took that away from me a little bit last year, and at least he was still all over the show. Now we're not getting it, and he's not all over the show.
Bill, do you think, looking back at cast members, there's like quick peaks and long peaks? Because I've been saying tonight, Dismukes had this like very ascension arc. Speaking of all these arcs tonight, like Dismukes was like on like a, he was like the guy from like Plinko on The Price is Right, just riding up the mountain. Whatever it's called. It's not Plinko. It's called something else. But
that is not Plinko, sir.
Yeah, Plinko is you drop the coins. But this is like a yodeler that goes up the mountain.
The yodeler, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I don't know what it's called. But to see a drop at this point just feels weird. Talk about weird episodes, weird seasons. This is a weird cast member season because we saw sprinkling it in. If you look at the best of DVD of Dismukes we want to make someday, there would be some 51 in there.
Sure, there were absolutely, and we've mentioned a lot of them, and the couple that just hooked up haven't brought that up. That was huge. Sunday Supper, as John mentions, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of big moments here to point to. I don't know. I mean, it's been a roller coaster with him. And you mentioned that he's been here since we've been here. And I can remember the wringing of hands, I think in late 47, 48, where like, where's Dismukes? We're not seeing him. He's not doing anything. And then he has that 49-50 that's just so tremendous. And yeah, I mean, maybe this just is who he is, right? He's not going to be the number one guy anymore. And that doesn't necessarily mean he's done with the show. If he can still bring the hit rate that he does with things like Sunday Supper and Gargoyle, I'm fine with that. And I think he's fine. I do wonder how much more writing he was doing behind the scenes as well. Is there a comparison there that he was maybe doing more for other people as opposed to other years? So that would be an interesting thing to look at.
He did have one kind of recurring thing. He was in the Rudemans and then finally the Nudemans with Will Ferrell as the boyfriend meeting the quirky family. The biggest appearances of the year by far were the 2 appearances of 2 people who just hooked up. So we mentioned Jane and Veronika as a pairing that I would not like them to squander. I think I just want to see another season of Dismukes and Ashley because I love live sketch more than any other part of the show, more than update or cold opens or pre-tapes. So I don't want to see that abandoned so early. Jajmukes kind of was short-lived. We see little, parts of it peek through once in a while. After that, it's Sunday Supper. It's the Taken Airport sketch with Glenn Powell's next, 3:37 screen time. NFL on ESPN with Jadge, Tiana Taylor. Rasta Drivers up next after that with Olivia Rodrigo. Then the Nudemans, then Wizard of Oz, deleted footage with Josh O'Connor. Hockey PSA. Miles Teller for episode for Dismukes was just huge. Had the people who just hooked up, had the hockey PSA and the Gargoyle sketch we were mentioning. Then it's Appliance Store. He played the couple with Ashley in that one with Sabrina Carpenter as well. And then Husbands and the Spartans with Jack Black. So, John, was there a moment from Dismukes where you felt that it was declining, or at least like a great one that if this is it, that would be one to look back on?
It did feel like a tale of two halves, where I think in the first half, you're feeling really good about his consistency and also his relationship to Ashley, who was his top co-star this season. 42 of 72 segments, he shared the screen with Ashley. That means that they're, 42 out of 70. So there's 42 to 30. Most of the sketches he was in, he was with Ashley Padilla, and there was definite chemistry building with him at the start of the season. And it was a big storyline for us the first couple of months of saying, all right, is there new life brought into Andrew with Ashley being there? And I think that Ashley sort of took off in her own direction, and we haven't seen them together besides two people that just hooked up. But for whatever reason, in a time where we dropped a man off the cast in Bowen, and it should open the door for every other man on the show, Andrew fell to the wayside. And again, like I do think Rasta Driver at the end sort of makes everything look much better than it was. But ultimately, I was not impressed with the second half of the season here. And I just leave myself kind of befuddled about the whole thing.
When we see these percentage drops of this magnitude, it's 22% drop off. If we see that from somebody who leaves on their own accord, then we can play Monday morning quarterback and say their foot was out the door, or they were writing a movie with somebody, they were shooting a pilot, and we found out about it later. So I guess the toughest question of the night might be coming up right now for John and Bill, which is if he's back or not, because this is a scenario where if we, SNN breaks some news in the late summer, Dismukes departs after, this many seasons, I would wonder if it was his own accord, because either you have one scenario where it's like, okay, we saw him declining because he was looking to the future, or two, the show had moved on. So, Bill, I'm going to put you on the hot seat first.
I think he's back. I think, obviously, again, there's some concern here with what we saw in the later half, but what he still brings to the show, having that unique voice, I don't think that's something that SNL should be ready and willing to get rid of. I don't think there's anybody else in the cast like Dismukes. The Forte comparison, we've all made it. John made it, and like that's apt. That makes a lot of sense. So you don't want to take away that guy who just doesn't fit into all these other boxes like so many other people do. So I think he's back.
John, moment of truth.
This is so tough for me. I mean, I would be very surprised if he was let go. I think that, it has happened. It's happened very recently. So I can be surprised by these things. But I think if he's going, he's probably going on his own to be like, hey, look, I've done what I can at the show. I don't know that there's anything more for me to do here. And I think he does have, I think he's going to be a great actor in movies, and he's going to come in for like really funny bits, and I think he's a hilarious guy. I wish that we could get 2 or 3 more seasons of great Dismukes, but I don't know. It was a very weird end of the season, so I'm kind of, like I said, puzzled by the whole thing.
Let's remember too that Dismukes is only 30 years old. He's been around so long that we forget that he has so much youth and writing since season 44. So I'll throw it out there. There might be a little bit of not much gas in the tank at a certain point. You do season 44 through 51, your whole 20s were spent at SNL. It might be tough to come up with concepts on a week to week basis. So I give him that credit for keeping this going, and I hope to see him next year. I'm going to say he's back because I think with writers who join the cast, like a Mikey or a Bowen in recent history, that it's not going to be that simple that they decline, they leave. I think it'll be one last one, but John?
Well, He's in a weird spot, though. I just have to point this out. Where
it's a weird spot.
I just keeping it real. He's in a weird spot where the veterans that are ahead of him in the cast in tenure, in Mikey and Kenan, seem that they would only go on their own accord at this point. And then the people below him, you're not getting rid of James. He's playing the president at a minimum. Marcello is one of their biggest faces of the show. And then you have all of these rookies. So unless I missed anybody, he's sort of in this like little bit of a weird spot where if they were looking to rejigger, he unfortunately is the most likely candidate for that, even if it's not what I want.
Yeah, I feel like that's a conversation that's going to happen probably. And I think the stats, you can cherry pick them and say, well, this was a good week because of ensemble, and this was, but the power ranking at 66.5 at this period. Thank you to Ellis. He was writing since 43, actually, so even younger than I thought. I think having a power ranking and finishing at 10th at this time means that something's going on. What are we doing here? What's the goal here? All right, so that was a tough one to get through because we all love Dismukes at the SNN, and I would take as many more of his sketches as we can get because I think they're evergreen. They live on. I can watch them 10 years before they were written or 10 years after, and they're just as funny. There's not a lot of that in SNL sometimes in certain seasons that I'm like, I kind of wish there was more of like a Jumanji sketch rather than a Spotify wrapped sketch. Like, I enjoy all of them, but I like to have somebody who has a voice on the show from a live sketch perspective. I can't say that enough. Up next, we're cracking into the top 10 further, going to the vet of all vets. There's a big gap here, though, by the way. We did Veronika at 61.0, Dismukes at 66.5, and now up to 72.3 for Kenan Thompson in his 23rd year, 1 hour, 27 minutes, 27 seconds. I mean, 23 years, and talk about unbreakable records like, Cy Young wins or, Jerry Rice yards. It's Kenan Thompson with sketches, screen time, seasons. He's got it all. So you can't put Kenan Thompson out to the top 10, even if you didn't like him because of those reasons. Let's look at his season this year. 76 appearances, the most with Mikey Day at 38. Also, it's a 3.8 SPE. Did not see Kenan Thompson on Update or saying live from New York in a cold open for a long time this season. So he was kind of absent from that part of the show, Update and cold opens. Only 10% there in cold opens, 4.3 in monologue, 73.7 in live sketch, 6.8 pre-tape, and 4.7 in weekend update. He led the cast only twice. That was with Jack Black late in the season and early on with, who was that after Polar?
Carpenter.
No, after Polar.
Oh,
Glenn Powell.
The Powell.
Yeah, Miles Teller, right? Yep.
Yes,
So Miles Teller. Yep. So Miles Teller and Jack Black were his two leading episodes of the year. And other than that, we saw Kenan really become the closer. We kind of talked about it a little bit last year, but when you're up by 2 runs and it's the top of the 9th, you're at home, bring in Kenan Thompson to get 3 outs, you're going to get it. So we saw him do that a bunch this year where he was like literally in thinking of the My Ex sketch with Olivia Rodrigo, 5 seconds at the end, with a line to Ashley Padilla, or with the Ryan Gosling toast sketch. Like there's just like little moments where Kenan Thompson kind of comes in and mops it up. Let's get a button on the sketch. It's better than calling it a fake ad, right, John? I'd rather have Kenan do a line than say, this has all been an ad for like Verizon or something. So
yeah, at least we can get a lot of that this season. Thank God for that.
Yeah. Shout out to that. And thank you for listening to us, SNL.
Yeah.
So Kenan Thompson, at this point in his career, this is kind of where we are. I talked about Ashley Padilla's record chase of screen time per episode, and she did not pass Kenan's record, which was in season 43. Season 44. We saw Kenan Thompson get 7:45 an episode, 1 second above Kate McKinnon, and Ashley finishing with a 7:22, I believe. 734, sorry. So we didn't get that level, but I bring that up only to say that Kenan Thompson's peak has happened. Let's all face it. Here we are in 23 years. He's tied to Lauren to the hip. He's not leaving if he doesn't want to. He said publicly he's happy to be there as long as they'll have him, and they'll have him. So, Bill, I'm going to go over to you. Watching SNL since what year?
1986.
All right. So most of those episodes that Kenan Thompson's been in.
he's now been in more episodes than not. Yes.
What ore is there to mine on Kenan Thompson now in 2025, 26?
He's untouchable. Obviously, there's no way he's leaving in any way other than his own choice. But I don't know, man. Like this year seemed like last year, it was kind of a lot of this as well. I think he was number 10 last year, Mike. Is that right? But he seemed to have more to point to. I have a hard time.
10th.
Okay. Yeah. I have a hard time pointing to things other than what you're talking about, him coming in and getting those last 3 outs. And other than Carry On My Wayward Son, which I already brought up with Dismukes, where he has a key role in that Jack Black episode. And then the Kathy sketch with Jack as well, right? Where it's just, and he doesn't have a lot to do there other than just kind of be Kenan. But he's brilliant in it. So yes, he's always going to be Kenan Thompson the way that he comes out and does what he does. But yeah, he feels like Clayton Kershaw to me for the last couple years, where it was like, yeah, we're not throwing him out for 9 innings, bring him in for, a 7th inning, kind of get out of a jam. And that's going to be it for him. And why wouldn't you do this if you were Kenan? Because there's, he's got nothing else to prove. He's got every record that's going into the annals of SNL history. This is fine where he is now. I'm sure we were concerned when his drop off happened, a la Dismukes. But this is he's leveled at 8 to 10, and that's okay because he's great when he does appear on screen.
John, Bill just used the word leveled, and it couldn't be more perfect because looking at the comp between 50 and 51, which I've been doing tonight, Kenan Thompson down to the minutes had the same screen time. So season 50, 1 hour, 27, 56 seconds. This season, 1 hour, 27 seconds. So he literally had 29 seconds less than season 50. I can't imagine a more perfect example for a stat show about SNL to realize that someone has embraced and acknowledged their role as a 23-year vet. Now, obviously, he's been on the show as long as he's been podcasting, plus, big plus there. So I love to go to you of like what a 52 Kenan looks like.
Sure. I mean, I think it continues to be a back of the bench type player, your backup quarterback when you need him to step in for something. I mean, the episodes where he thrived this season numerically, I guess he has a good relationship with Jack Black. Miles has hosted the show before, so 2 returnees, but it's sort of like the random off of like, hey, we're going to make this a Kenan episode. I think Ariana's the other one to look at where he did the Black Santa Claus. Obviously, there's the Mr. Pooty sketch in the Jack Black episode that is one.
Harry Styles, right?
Oh, Harry Styles, excuse me. That was another one that I think they really like tried to push him on. I think my thing is like I said to you and Andrew last week when we were on the call together for By the Numbers for episode 20. I'm fine with him being there as long as they're going to use him as a glorified extra in sketches. I think that when they start handing the show over to him on a week-to-week basis, it becomes confusing strategically. Saying all of that, there's nothing he can do to get out of my top 10 cast members of all time. Frankly, I think that there's the record for longevity. He's too important to the history of the show. For me, it's fine. I have a harder argument that he's in the top 10 with every season that passes by where he does worse and worse on the show. And Mike, I texted you at one point, I think it was a few months ago, where I said to you, his career SBE has now fallen below 4. And 4 is my lock auto Hall of Famer career stat. And it had been for the first time since season 45. So going back 6 years since he had been below that 4 mark. He had been way above it. He dropped back down. So for me, when you're starting to look and compare some of the careers of the all-time greats, I think he's a fringe Hall of Famer, but longevity pushes it over the top for me.
You mentioned this last week, as you just said with Andrew on the episode 20 show. These episodes where Kenan does get 8, 9, 10, 11 minutes, as a viewer, not as an analyst, I can't imagine you're bothered by that, but I have to ask now as an analyst, do you say, what are you doing here? Like as SNL, or is it because I look at the episodes, Jack Black, 11 minutes, Miles Teller, 10 minutes, Tiana Taylor, 9:20, Harry Styles, 7.5, Ryan Gosling, 7. So those are the big Kenan episodes. When John mentioned some of the sketches in those episodes, that you gotta, we're kind of hard on Mikey for being, the jag, sometimes the reactor. Kenan's the king reactor, right? I mean, they've mentioned that in writing, they can say Kenan reacts in a script and Kenan will come up with something. Is there any fatigue, Bill, of Kenan 23 years in, or is he immune to it? Because I'll take both answers.
He's immune to it. And I think there's a huge difference between what we saw from Daryl Hammond at the end, where he looked like he was just struggling to even be in the building, let alone get in a sketch in a week, or a Kevin Nealon, where he's just kind of phoning it in his final season. I don't think we've ever seen that from Kenan. When he comes on screen, he's so dynamic. Yes, there is the Kenan reacts, the OG of the reacts in modern times, but I'm not bothered. This is not Willie Mays stumbling around center field out in Shea Stadium. So I'm fine with him being here as long as he is still as good as he is, even if it is in these smaller doses that we get.
We saw him over double his screen time in 10-to-1s, so he's taking up more space there, but a big reduction in pre-tapes. So I'm curious if he's kind of going, I'll do table and I'll come on a sketch, but like maybe I don't want to film the late night pre-tapes as much these days. Let the kids do that. I could see that being an angle he could take, and that's completely fair to him. For live sketches, though, he did go up from last year. So screen time almost stays completely static, but in live sketches, he did improve 9 minutes there. We're not seeing him in cold opens and update as much. I think that's the right move, John, is let the newbies get the updates for sure. That's my take.
Definitely the right move, and why I haven't really been complaining about him. I only say something when he's really taking over. And if he's gonna lead a sketch for me, it has to be, oh, we're gonna do a throwback, what up with that, or something like, Scared Straight. I mean, I think that I'll always remember, or even just to stamp his absolute incredible legacy at the show, that he was the guy at the 50th anniversary last year, that they gave him the roles, that he led the cast, and he was the one that became the face of the show, really, for a lot of people with what he did last year. I think everything post the 50th, him sticking around, I also think he's tied to Lorne Michaels for as long as he wants to be there, come in, be that extra that picks up everything when we need you, and I'm fine with this place.
Well, it feels almost futile to do Legacy Watch on the legacy of SNL cast member 23 years in, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that his finale, Will Ferrell McCartney, lowest screen time ever recorded by me for Kenan Thompson. It's over 160 some episodes, 25 seconds. He came in the cast list sketch as a choreographer. Great Kenan moment, as I mentioned, being the closer or coming in for like a quick gag. But even the episode he missed while filming the show Kenan, he had more screen time in that episode than this one. So weird note to go out on for Legacy Watch. Because he was in a pre-tape.
He was absent from that episode. I don't believe.
I'm not counting the absence. He was okay, absent
got it.
For 2 weeks.
Episode.
I believe it was Chalamet and maybe Jason Bateman. It was like early, and there was like a calling your parents and grandparents during COVID for the holidays. Kenan, much like Bowen in the Sabrina episode, was absent but was in a pre-tape, the Grind song pre-tape.
Yes.
So Kenan actually had more screen time in an absence than he did in the finale with Will Ferrell and Paul McCartney. So for Legacy Watch, feels foolish to ask if he's back, because if he's back, he's back. He's Kenan Thompson. But
I should mention he was shut out a couple of times very early on in his career. So there was a couple of episodes there. I think it's season 29, episode 4, and the for the premiere of season 30, he was shut out. Of course, we don't have the screen time for that tonight, but still worth pointing out.
You think it's 29, episode 4?
Yes.
That's a weird thing to think. You feel like
oh yes, I'm pretty sure it's season 29, episode 4.
I feel like it's season 29, episode 4. Bill Kenney, can Kenan Thompson just do this again next year? Obviously, but what do you want to see from him? The same as a fan?
Yeah, I would actually like to see more from him. The update part of it bothers me that we didn't get to see more from him at the desk, because I mean that's something that he really killed at for a long time. But yeah,
I mean, enough desk pieces from him, Bill, over the years. You're not at your quota.
I want another
Willie.
I want another Willie.
That's fine. I'll take that.
But I mean, he's definitely back, and I'll tell you the main reason that we know that, besides his legacy and his own stamp on being able to leave when he wants, because of that finale. Because when Kenan leaves, that's going to be the biggest screen time you ever see, right? Like, he's going to be in everything. You're going to get a what's up with that. You're going to get all these other things from Kenan in that last episode. So him only appearing, I would have liked to see more with him with Will, going all the way back to the Finesse Not Kenan from Will's first appearance as a host. But that was the only heartening thing of him only being there for milliseconds.
Bill, is he a top 10 cast member all time for you?
I think he's more a top 15 for a lot of the reasons that you said, John, because there is, the longevity definitely counts. And there's not a lot of bad seasons from Kenan, I would say. It took him a while to get to the top of the mountain, but he's part of that third golden era, and being here as long as he is, being able to do what he does. But yeah, it would be hard to crack my top 10.
I'll ask one more tough question. I know we got to move on, but I have to read out the Kenan averages just to give the listeners an idea of what we're talking about, because we're covering it at length. Season 44, I mentioned that record that I have currently, 7:45. Season 45, 5 minutes 8. Season 46, 5 minutes even. Up to 5:46 in season 47. Back up to near 7 in season 48. He's at 6:51. Then we see the drop. Season 49, 5:01. Season 50, 4:24. Almost identical this year, 4:22. So as John mentioned, he was the star of the SNL 50th. He was the highest screen time getter of the night there, amongst all the greats: Eddie, Will, Amy, Maya, Tina, everybody. So his legacy is stamped, but the hard question, John, I'm going to put you on the hot seat. Is there any drawback to a 24th Kenan season? Any?
It's just for the sickos who are trying to argue his Hall of Fame candidacy in year 24. Just that his stats are.
I mean, for the show,
sorry,
making a good show.
No, there's no drawback. I mean, Kenan's always great. I mean, I will say, I hope that he feels just as strongly as he did back in 2013 that the show needs a black woman with him in the cast. I hope that
Absolutely.
he was very out front about it. He really put pressure on the show. That was probably when a lot of people who watched the show realized that Kenan was, their guy, when they saw how much he stood up for, what was right, which is like, we want to see more representation on the show. Now that we're in this place again, 13 years later, I'm not saying that he has to go to the press and talk about it, but I would hope, at least behind the scenes, that he's doing something about it.
When Kenan speaks, people listen. So I love when he uses that, because if you're joining the show now, as these rookies or last year rookies, like, imagine walking into a room and Kenan Thompson, putting his arm around you, you'd be like, all right, I feel safe here. Like Kenan's being nice to me, and he just seems like that kind of guy. So Kenan Thompson always has a place in SNL, off screen, on screen, and next year he'll be back. Let's move on. Chloe Fineman, somebody who was one of my locks last year. I can admit when I'm wrong, to leave after 50. I thought it seemed too juicy of a moment for Chloe, who was on the ascension and then declined in 49 to miss 50. And then she had a decent 50, but had a great 51. So Chloe Fineman is number 7th overall in the power ranking at a 79.7. 1 hour, 35 minutes, 34 seconds in her 7th season. 81 segments, 4.05 hits that John Hall of Fame number right there in the SPE. 40 of which, almost exactly half, with Mikey Day. Led the cast once, Glenn Powell, career best episode. If you recall, she got the Kristen Wiig role in the MacGruber trilogy that night. And, looking back, it was like the Reggae Jean Page episode. It was like her best episode. Like there was some kind of random ones that weren't very recent that were the best Chloe nights. This season's Glenn Powell was the most Chloe we've seen on screen. Never really dropped in the first half. Was super consistent, a la Dismukes. Missed the Connor Story episode in the new year. So no time there, was offset that night. And then afterwards, just never even came close to returning to the average afterwards. Finished with a 5 minutes 2. So great overall average, but really bolstered by the 2025 portion for her screen time per episode average. 1:11 per appearance. We didn't see her an update till late in the year with Veronika as the Alex Cooper. 77% in live sketch, 14.1% in pre-tape. She actually led the cast in pre-tape screen time. 4% in cold open, so, Bill, no Britney Spears this year. And a little bit of monologue. But Chloe Fineman in her 7th year, this feels like this is it, John. Legacy watch to start Chloe.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I get why she came back. I think without Heidi and Ego there was definitely a place for her. I think she had a very good season analytically. There's a quick adjustment we have to do to that SPE. Actually, it's even higher because we have to factor in the absence from Connor Story, which is not a 0. It's just an absence. So it's at 19 episodes, not 20. So I think it's a little bit higher than what's on screen. So we'll fix that for socials. But regardless, yeah, I mean, she was naturally being one of 5 women. She was going to be appearing in a lot this season. I think she did have some good hits. I think the Scent of a Marriage, the Norwegian film thing that she did a couple times was pretty good. The Snack Homies, I did enjoy that as well. So I think she had like a pretty solid start. I do think she felt lost to me in the back half of the season, where I don't know really what her place was. And man, I know like she might tell me to lighten up, but her breaking in sketches was rough this year. It was the worst I've ever seen it. And between that and all of the extracurricular activity that we've been talking about, I'm sort of like had my fun with Chloe, and I think I'm good.
So John, that adjustment would be a 4.26 SPE.
Correct.
Factoring as in not factoring in the Connor Story absence. So that'd be a 4.26, which is great. 81 segments, tying with Mikey Day. So somebody who's always been utilitarian in most ensembles. I feel even as the stat guy doing the screen time or doing the write-ups for the screen time, Mikey Day and Chloe Fineman, I always find the least to say about. I probably do the least segments on my show about them because they're in most things, it feels like, but with the least to say about because they're more sketch drivers, not sketch performers. So we basically saw Chloe Fineman in her 7th year, most tenured woman on the cast, just get lapped by Ashley Padilla. Not a bad way to go out on because it's a great season on paper for Chloe, but Bill, we got one more year of Chloe. It was a great year for her. But, also I should say, by the way, I'm going to interrupt myself. I've been a Chloe Fineman defender basically, because I think that she brings something to the show that's important, a la Mikey Day.
What is that?
What is what she brings that's important?
Yeah.
Is there needs to be sketch drivers. Like, not everybody can be Kate McKinnon or Ashley Padilla. Like, there needs to be women. That's why I said about Veronika earlier that they need people like that in the cast, is to be those roles. We talk about with the men
You
much.
mean there needs to be sketch passengers? Like, you're saying she's a great passenger.
Well, I mean sketch driver and the rhythm and the plot. They're not always getting the laugh lines. So I call them a sketch driver, because the sketch performers are the ones who are doing crazy things either physically or in costume, or they're always being wacky. Like Mikey Day, Chloe Fineman are really just kind of the ones who are dictating the pace. And you need that almost in every era, every cast. You can point to a few. And Chloe Fineman's just always been that. Has really kind of a weak start to her career. Comes in 45 with Bowen Yang. Shane Gillis didn't make it. She's Marianne Williamson in her first sketch. Like, does Drew Barrymore in the premiere of 46. And okay, does Nicole Kidman the next season premiere? Or no, that was the same one with the movies. But the impressions have dropped off enough that I feel like the place for her has as well. So I want to go to Bill.
Yeah, I was trying to think today, and I've really kind of soured on Chloe for some of the reasons that John said, but much in the same way that I felt about Pete in his last season, where not so much as far as the absences where he was gone for like a whole chunk of time, but you missed an episode to go where? To Paris? Like, how is that acceptable? This is a show that wouldn't let David Spade make commercials, and now you're just.
You tell him, Bill.
I'm sorry. Like, if you're making a TV show, like if you're making a pilot, I'm okay with that, because you need to look at your next step. You need to look at things like that. So if Lauren excuses you for 1 or 2 episodes for something like that, but to go jet setting, no, I'm sorry. I've got a real problem with that.
But do we know that for sure? I know that she was there. I don't know that she wasn't filming anything though.
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe we don't know. That's everything that I was seeing online, that she.
Yeah, you might be right. I didn't know that for sure. So just out of being completely fair to her, I just want to say that there is a possibility she was filming.
If she's making a movie, I'll mea culpa. Like that.
She was making a Megalopolis too.
But more importantly, the breaking has just gotten fucking ridiculous. Like, are you kidding me with this every week? Like this, she's telling Jimmy Fallon, hold my beer, because this is another level of nonsense. She's laughing in things where there's nothing to laugh at.
Bill, I think you said this term on a podcast with us recently. Senioritis. I thought it was
senioritis.
That was a damn good point.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, she's got one foot out the door. Mike, you and I both thought she was leaving after last year. And, it's just, if you don't want to be there anymore, don't be there anymore. You've got all these other things that you can do. So like, just go do them. Just don't take the space up anymore. That all being said, as far as her numbers, yes, clearly, like, she had a great season with the vacuum of Heidi and Ego leaving. And she did have those great moments, like the Norwegian movie. The other one I like the Sparkle at the Sea, the Norwegian cruise. I thought that was a really good role for her as well. But most of it was kind of background noise to me until she started breaking for no reason. So wouldn't be sad to see her go at this point.
So, John, Ashley Padilla being the star of the show, featured player, all the accolades. Chloe Fineman, second best improvement of anyone returning, a 51% increase. That is massive. Talk about a rookie going from year 1 to year 2, then if you're like Ashley and you make it, that it makes sense. But Chloe Fineman doing that in her final season, if it is it, then fair enough.
I mean, it's all relative though, Mike, because she became one of the veteran women of the show in a cast that had very few women. So the thing is that when people say that to me about Ashley as being, like as going against what she did this season, I say, well, if anyone could have done that, it would have been Chloe or it would have been Sarah, who had many more years on Ashley than what we ended up seeing in this cast. So I for me, like, I just struggle with her because I feel that what I enjoyed the most from her is what I would call a passenger in sketches, Mike, instead of a driver, where I feel that, literally she was the passenger in those, car altercation sketches. And those were my favorite things I was seeing from her. And I felt
Literally.
that she was a great supporter of other people when she really wanted it. And then you come into this season where you don't have Heidi and Ego there anymore. Obviously, no Kate Cecily 80, who she came in at the same time. So everyone above her has left the show. She has all the runway in the world to do whatever she wants this season. And yes, she's in a bunch of things, but this is not an all-time great season from someone who is the most veteran female in this cast. And for me, it is a sort of a look into what her whole career really was, which to me is sort of untapped potential. Like, I just think that she never really fully wanted it the way that other people did. And it's a shame.
Yeah, that's it. That was kind of my point. I'm saying that I'm not impressed. 51% increase for a great season on paper. And I'm looking at the appearances right now. Then the Scandinavian films are up there, top 4. Number 1 is cast list for, length. And the Fashion District Robbery with Coleman Domingo for, just one camera on the group. Truth or Dare with Melissa McCarthy. Sparkle of the Sea, Bill mentioned. K-pop Demon Hunters with Bad Bunny. No comment. Newsroom with Miles Teller. That was with her and Kenan on screen the whole time. Taken Airport, and then Snack Homies, both of them, AI photos. These are all moments that it could have been most people. So I think her being the sketch driver like a Mikey Day before, to use my term, was kind of lost in that. It didn't feel that way for Chloe this year.
And I've never been more upset at her than watching in that Matt Damon sketch her laughing. I know we litigated
let's
it
talk
that
about
week,
that.
but I mean, it was one of the worst things I've watched on SNL since I've seen Horatio as a veteran on this cast, where I'm like watching it and I'm like I'm like wanting to pull my hair out when I'm watching her. And it's just a complete lack of professionalism. I don't want to like make it so serious when it's like supposed to be such a fun show and we're watching these things and having a good time. But the whole purpose of the sketch is to just be dumbfounded at someone being bizarre, and you do the exact opposite in the sketch. It's the definition of not doing your job. So for me, I don't know how Lorne isn't sitting under the bleachers, throwing ice everywhere, just being so pissed off at what he's seeing from Chloe. So I just cannot fathom her returning to this show next year.
I think it was even worse than that, John, because of who she's surrounded with. You see Cam and Ben completely understanding the assignment. Chloe's in the front row of the desks, right in front of Matt Damon. He's killing it. Maybe his highlight, other than, the auctioneer sketch, was just so great with Sarah. But seeing Chloe do that right in the middle, I was like, damn, this had the makings of like one of the best sketches of the season. She didn't take that away, but just dampened it for me, Bill.
Yeah, but sorry, can I just jump in? Because the chat is going nuts over this. I just want to say, I am not upset about people breaking on Saturday Night Live. I think the idea of trying not to break is hilarious. I don't want it all the time, but I'm totally fine with getting that a lot. When the point of a sketch is not to break, that's when I have a problem with it. And it was very specific to that moment. Sorry, I just got passionate, but I just have to say my piece.
No, it's important because breaking on SNL is talked about in two sides of the mouth from people about, I love it when they do that. I hate it when they do that. There's a time and place for it, Bill.
100% for both of you. Yeah, there's a huge difference between what she does in that sketch with Damon and what Ashley does in that sketch with the bag of spaghetti, with the passing notes, right? There's a sincerity to the breaking, if that makes sense, where you know your role. You're the veteran here. You need to be leading this cast, not just in numbers, but in professionalism. So yes, that is a huge difference to me too. I don't love breaking as much as John. I accept it in certain situations, like with Heidi and Beavis and Butthead, or the one I just mentioned with Ashley. There are certain places where it makes a lot of sense for that to happen. You talk to anybody from a cast from like 1975 to 1995, and they will tell you no one ever broke. Like, yes, there were cases where, you got Gildan and Candy breaking in that one sketch, but it was very rare. It was like a piece of candy where it wasn't happening all the time. Now it happens almost every week. And sometimes it's warranted. A lot of times it's not. And I think this was probably the most egregious since the Fallon Sands days.
Can we get a spin-off show of like Bar Rescue? It's Bill Kenney. He's like, shut it down. Just walks in and whips him into shape.
But Mike, when she was doing that in episode 1 next to Bad Bunny, I was not saying, or coming on the Hot Take Show being like, Chloe, what are you doing? I was maybe a little bit like, oh, why do we have to put Chloe and Sarah next to each other at a table 2 sketches in a row? That's what I was saying. But I was not talking about them trying to break or holding back their breaking. It was really to this one specific situation. So I love Saturday Night Live. I really want these players to do great. I really have a problem when what I'm watching on screen is someone who, to me, doesn't really care to be there.
Well, since we're calling this night Legacy Watch, Bill mentioned the Heidi, Beavis and Butthead. There's a reason that took off amongst the community, and there's a reason it took off online to people who don't watch the show. Is Heidi Gardner had like an immaculate record for years of not doing this, and she could not possibly contain herself. Doesn't matter if you know about the, Dress First Live, any of that stuff. If Chloe Fineman had never broken ever and Matt Damon got her, we'd probably be, clapping our hands being like, wow, they finally got Chloe. Like, good job, Matt Damon. I think that with Heidi Gardner, though, it was like, wow, like this is finally happening. So it's the legacy of breaking is important to me too.
I don't know that I fully buy that, because I do think that dilutes my point of that a part of the sketch was just your job is to hold it in.
But we're talking about, like Bill said, the sincerity of it, though. We're all human beings. If Chloe Fineman had never broken and is just not known for this and just could not possibly contain it, like Heidi Gardner was the interviewer in that sketch with Kenan, and she looks over at Mikey Day and she looks back to Kenan and it's like, it's over for me. Like, I have to recover from this. We as human beings bought that because we know Heidi's style.
Right. And I'll just say that, watching the Lorne documentary, it was much more obvious that Lorne didn't love that moment as much as people did. So I want to know how he feels about this moment. Because that something was interesting. Because I do think we were making Phil Hartman comparisons to Heidi when the Beavis and Butthead thing happened, about somebody who had just was stoic for their entire career. But it seems to me that this is something that Lorne didn't love if you got to watch a lot of the behind the scenes footage. So interesting.
So we're going to move on now. I think, hold on. Are we 3 for 3? This is it for Chloe? I mean, just to tie it up.
Yes.
All right. So
I think so. And I'll just say legacy perspective. To me, I think her numbers tell a better story than what we watched through these years. For someone who came in who was that good of an impressionist, I do believe that there was a career path for her on this show that was a whole tier above what we ended up getting. And I'm disappointed for Chloe, because I really wanted to root for her in the way that I rooted for like an Abby Elliott that I compared her to sort of early in her career.
Yeah, so someone who had a lot more success on the stat sheet than Melissa Villaseñor, but I think legacy might be almost even. Like, way better numbers, more longevity, but the SNL fan that you talk to might have a much better impression, no pun intended, of Melissa than Chloe.
And if Melissa had half the runway that Chloe had on this show, I think we would all be thrilled for her.
That's
For
it.
sure.
The timing of everything with Melissa and who was leaving and who wasn't, and COVID and all of that. Yeah, if they switched roles and it was Melissa we're talking about now, it would be a very different story.
So up next, this is the part of the power rankings that Bowen Yang would fit into at 81.5. Finished after 9 episodes. He was there for 8 of them. Did appear with Sabrina in that pre-tape I mentioned, Grind Song. 33 appearances, 54 minutes, 35 seconds. I want to bring that up only to suggest or to let you know that he had more screen time than Tommy and Cam in 9 episodes versus 20 episodes. So Bowen Yang obviously went out with a huge episode, second best episode screen time of his career. And second longest appearance of his career was the Delta Lounge finale with Ariana and Cher. So ahead of Bowen in the full season is Marcello Hernández, 83.4. Coming into the season, I think maybe my first by the numbers of this year, I asked in my 5 questions, is Marcello Hernández ready to become the face of the show? And that became more apparent, I think, after Bowen left, because Bowen had become the face of the show in 49 to 50, won power ranking, won screen time for many episodes. Now here we are in a post-Bowen landscape with Marcello being the last remaining classmate of 48, with Devin, Molly, and Longfellow being gone. It's only Marcello left. 72 segments, 32 of those shared with Sarah. That's the most for the co-stars. 83.4 power ranking makes him 6th. 1 hour, 52 minutes, 54 seconds. He had the most weekend update time. Like, talk about those pairings with Mikey Day, with Kam Patterson. So update became a big increase for Marcello. Let's talk about that. But live sketch is 60.7, so a smaller piece of the pie because of that. 8.5% in the cold open. 5.3 in pre-tape, led the cast in screen time and power ranking twice. That was with Harry Styles and Coleman Domingo. And I should note, John, Coleman Domingo, biggest screen time I've ever recorded in my life for a cast member. So I'm going to go to Bill on this one, because me and John have been really tracking the Marcello C's after Bowen left.
I think he became a more well-rounded cast member this year, where in 50 we were talking about the obvious stuff, the Domingos and the Sabado Gigantes. And I said, I think at one point last year when we were doing this, that I hoped for more impressions. We got that with an incredible Sebastian Maniscalco. Like, he brought the physicality, and he still brings that uniqueness that we've never really seen, having somebody like Marcello in the cast. The weekend update was incredible. Like, Aerial Tramway is something that is going to be pointed to for a very long time. It's all over TikTok still today. And then, he brought some good characters too. He did a lot of teachers. He did the instructor that we talked about in both Ariana and Jack Black. And was it a substitute teacher, Mr. Franzi, that was based on a real teacher that he had. Was another high point for me. So yeah, Marcello, I think, showed his range a lot more than maybe we thought he had when he was just becoming all-encompassing Domingo in season 50.
And that's what we wanted, right? So I mentioned earlier tracking Dismukes' rise. Marcello's on the same trajectory, but better so far than Dismukes. So coming in 48, he was top of the rookies and Punky that year. So 256 for Marcello, 241 for Molly, 231 for Longfellow, 229 for Devin, and 220 for Punky. That was season 48. Since then, Marcello went from 256 to 347, 455, now 539. So we talk about how long peaks last. I think that's up to Marcello if he wants to keep doing this, because he's shown that he can. Doesn't have to be Immigrant Dad Talk Show or Loud Update Guy or Movie Guy or things like that. This show is kind of his to seize. Screen time went up 15% from 50 to 51. And I'm just impressed that John mentioned Chloe trying on the show or not trying. I think Marcello tried second half of the season. Started off great with Bad Bunny, but we know that they're close. They were in the Happy Gilmore 2 movie. They've worked it on the show before. When they do Spanish-speaking sketches, Marcello's a natural fit, being a Spanish speaker, so it all makes sense. Really tapered off after that for a bit. And then once the Harry Styles till Will Ferrell, the last quarter of the season, last third, Marcello put the Jets on, John.
He's my second most improved cast member of the year, right behind Jane Wickline. I think that, a lot of it does come towards the end of the season. I think that they were pushing him maybe a little bit too much at the start. I think I enjoyed Sebastian Maniscalco. I like those bits. I hope that our super fandom remembers this season with him for more than that, because I think that he became a much better supporter of other people in sketches than he was prior. It did feel to me for 3 years, or maybe 3.5 years, every time Marcello was on screen, he sucked up the entire room and it was all about Marcello. And when you have that as a performer, it becomes a little bit polarizing of, all right, is this a good thing from Marcello? Is it kind of samey? Are we getting just like a Marcello sketch every single week? And I don't know. I mean, we'll see if this continues. It's a small sample size, but I do feel that they really found something in him where they're like, hey, Marcello, we're going to start putting you in sketches. We're going to start featuring you with lines, but we're not going to write the sketch around you. And I think that is a good thing for him to have longevity on this show. I really enjoyed that from him. If I could advise a little bit, I think 8 Weekend Update appearances out of 20 episodes is a lot for him. I know they want to feature him, and that's the spot where if we knew these stats in September, I would look at that and be like, ooh, that's a lot of Marcello. I think, Ariel Tramway, 2 Kids in the Back of the Bus, there were some good moments there, perhaps compared to, like, let's say The Movie Guy. But I think that 5 is probably the right number for that. I would scale him back a little bit there. And like I said, I would focus in on him being a supporting role in live sketches and pre-tapes, be a great castmate, and then we will love you more in your own sketches because we will have bought into you and your career moving forward. So for me, this is a great season for Marcello Hernández. And in a year, Mike, where he lost his 2 castmates in Michael Longfellow and Devin Walker, he is sort of in this weird middle ground between the veterans and the newbies. I think he found his place in this group.
And it's inspiring to see. I feel like when SNL cast members find something that works, it's very easy to keep doing it if you know it's going to make air. And I want to bring up update for Bill here is that, 8 out of 20, as John said, led the cast outside the anchors, 26 minutes, 7 seconds on update. That means that Marcello Hernández was on screen for Weekend Update for over 10% of the season. That's pretty incredible, thinking about how long update segments are and how short the correspondence are. I think if we looked at someone like Jane and Cam, very easy to cherry pick those stats. But season 50, that was Sarah Sherman's role. I think that Sarah got a little bit more flack for being the update person. Looking at her season 50, 6 appearances, 21 minutes. So Marcello had 2 more appearances and 5 more minutes than Sarah last season as the update leader. But I don't think he gets held to that standard because he's not known for it, yet we see it almost every episode of Bill. What do you think about Marcello this year?
He's in Emily Litella territory here. I don't really think of it like that as far as like too much. Although when you say it just as a number, 8 out of 20 is just wild to think about. But I feel like he was doing enough variety. Yes, he started the year with Movie Guy and The Couple You Can't Believe Is Together. But like he branched out from there and did some different stuff. To piggyback off what John said, like going in and being a more, being a B player in some of these sketches, I think with Artemis 2 and Passing Notes, like that, those are 2 of the moments with Marcello where it wasn't about him, but he had a good role. He had enough to do, but it wasn't about Marcello just eating everything in the scene and being the sole focus of what's going on. So I think that kind of puts him in a great place for going into 52.
And even in Ariel Tramway, by the way, that is a great example of being supporting. because I think even though it's a pairing of him and Mikey, he really lets Mikey drive in that sketch or that update correspondence. And I think that's something where you sort of compare it to the couple that you can't believe are together, which I think we all did enjoy, where he's really aggro and Jane is really, behind the scenes. I think I could not ever imagine they would ever design an update piece with Marcello saying so little and just reacting to Mikey in front of him. The fact that they're doing that now shows to me that they're trying something different with him. So I'm very impressed.
It seems like those juxtaposed pairings are being very lent into this season with two Mikeys, a Cam, a Jane, but also like the grandpa's wake with Jeremy as being like the two sons that are different, so that people can react to both of them in that receiving line. And we're also seeing that Marcello being an instructor seems to be a thing, with self-defense with Jack Black, dancing 101 with Ariana Grande, and then him being the actual teacher that Bill mentioned, Mr. Franzi with Connor Story's episode. Sebastian Maniscalco, of course, was a breakthrough moment because we got to see an impression recur. And then the biggest lead sketch he had, other than a recurrence of Immigrant Dad Talk Show with Alexander Skarsgård, was Tough Guys with Matt Damon. So I kind of forget if that was well received or not, but that was Marcello, I think, at least stepping out of bounds a little bit from what he's known for and kind of doing more long form. Like he kind of had a monologue with that whole story about the was it the Jolly Rancher, something like that, like what candy he was getting. So
I think
did
he was
like
the best part of that sketch, by the way.
I agree. I thought his bits were better than Kenan's and Damon's. So we saw it. And then the top one for him was Mechanics, where he played second fiddle because Will Ferrell's the mechanic. They bring up Marcello, and he had like a lot of time in that before McCartney even came out. So those were late in the season grabs for Marcello. One that I really didn't like was that Italian restaurant sketch with Miles Teller. We got so close to the first Marcello shutout. The 10-1 ended up being that sketch, which I thought was like just seemed like it was slashed to pieces in the edit from the writers because they just kind of fit it in there at the end. But he also had the sketch John Busted with Olivia Rodrigo, them singing as people came in. How did you feel about that one?
I love that one. Honestly, I said at the time, I wish that it was more Marcello focused. And I think it was just so different from what we had seen from him prior. I just like that they were trying so many new things with him. It felt very fresh for a guy that was so typecasted through the first few years. I think if you were to ask anyone who's here hanging out with us live, what do you expect from Marcello this season? They would say, all right, well, probably going to do some foreign accents and stuff like that in schedule. I mean, it's kind of cool to get him to do all these different things so deep into his career. So yeah, I mean, look, for me, Mike, from a legacy perspective, I think he probably makes his way inside top 100 ever after this year. I think there's a lot of ceiling and runway ahead of him to keep growing on this show. So I'm glad that we're sort of at a point where maybe we can look back and say, all right, first part of your career, very Domingo heavy focus of we're going to make you the next big star of the show. And perhaps the back half of the career is he has become one of the better ensemble pieces that we have going into this newer era.
I'm looking at his career screen time average, including this season, 421. This season being 539. Like that's very Bo and Yang. Like that's kind of fourth, fifth season to become that role. So if he wants to keep it, I think 52 is huge for Marcello, Bill.
It definitely is. And yeah, this is, I think, probably the most heartened I am about a cast member as well, because this very well could have become the Domingo show. We got one out of the way early in the season, and then we get that hilarious bit in the Five Timers sketch where he gets knocked out by Jack White. So yeah, making that turn. We see that with some cast members getting out of a rut of doing certain characters and only doing one thing. So yeah, if he becomes more well-rounded, especially if we lose somebody like Mikey or things like that, I think that works really well for Marcello.
Can I also throw this at you, Bill? He does remind me a little bit of Jimmy Fallon. And I know that you and I feel very different about Fallon, but I think he reminds me just of the sense that they're different performers, but I think they have a similar thing of sometimes they're at their biggest detriment when they make everything about themselves. But when they really work with other people well, they're at their best when they bring their skills to a sketch. Do you see that at all?
Yeah, I can see that. I think there's something there, and they definitely made the turn with Jimmy. Although with Jimmy, it became more about doing update.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you think about his first couple years; it's all about doing the silly songs at the desk, going on update, and he became more of a sketch performer. Although, of course, your mileage may vary on how he does in those. But yeah, when he is in an ensemble where Farrell's carrying the sketch or Dratch is carrying the sketch, it becomes much more palatable to take Jimmy for sure. So yeah, I like that comparison.
And it does remind me a little bit of the story that I think Dan Aykroyd told once of going and seeing Jimmy Fallon at the 40th and saying, hey, this is your thing now. You're going to be the MC of all the alumni, where he used to do that for the first 40 years of getting all the SNL cast members and crew and everybody, together. He's like, Jimmy, you're going to be this guy that's going to keep the SNL family together. And I've seen it in person where I was there. Marcello was very early in his career, but I just see the attention that he drove to himself of just being this overly enthusiastic guy. He's very lovable for a lot of people there. And I think that if he really wants it, if he really wants to be one of the greatest performers ever on this show, there is a path for Marcello. He just has to be delicate at the way that he's used. So I'd say overall, big improvement for me this year, Mike, and I am extremely excited to see what we're going to get from him next year.
Who needs it more? SNL needs Marcello, or Marcello needs SNL?
I think SNL needs Marcello more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, look at the diversity angle. If nothing else, you need, especially with Bowen gone, with only 2 African Americans in the cast, Marcello brings a different flavor and point of view. So I think you definitely need him.
And I think the kids really know who Marcello is. Like, talking about the Dismukes or Culhanes, the fan favorites of ours that we love, who probably have more range and more voice than Marcello. Marcello has this angle that people might watch the show because of him, and that's huge for the show. So let's move to the top 5 at 11:17 p.m. Eastern, Bill, if you're keeping track.
What did we say the over-under was on the podcast?
I think you said 3:45.
3:45, yeah.
All right,
we're 40 minutes away. We got 5 more to go. So we are entering top 5 with somebody who I think had a chance preseason to win the power ranking if it weren't for somebody else, or if it weren't for Colin Jost having a career season. That's Sarah Sherman, an hour 58:21 seconds, 85.0 power ranking, 82 segments, 4.1 SPE. Only had 1 live from New York from Sarah this season. 49 segments shared with Sarah. Only led the cast once for a very consistent year. There's a couple dips in there. I thought that at one point in this season, Sarah Sherman had the best run of her career and the worst slump of the cast in this season. That was in the middle there. We see like episodes with 2 minutes, 0 seconds, a minute, 1 second, 250, then goes on a run after that with a dip at the end. And then, a good episode with Matt Damon. So Sarah Sherman has an interesting chapter in 51, but this is somebody that I would like to talk about at length with these panelists, because Sarah Sherman's legacy right now is very interesting at this point. Her and James Austin Johnson came in together 47 with PDD. Now here we are. If Chloe Fineman leaves, as we predict, now she's the most tenured cast member. Sarah Squirm versus Sarah Normal. All these angles. Here we are, top 5. Last season, it was her, Jadge, and Dismukes battling it out. At the end of the day, Sarah Sherman kind of fell off a little bit. One of only 4 I mentioned that had a screen time dip, and that was with Kenan, Dismukes, Che. Sarah Sherman's ended up being -3. So 3% drop off from Sarah, very similar to last year, but another person that you would have thought might have stepped it up a little bit this year with less women in the cast. John, I'll go to you first.
Yeah, I think that you could throw that at her as well, though being top 5 in the power rankings, I don't think is, bad. So
No,
I think
great.
that she had a good season at Saturday Night Live. Is there another universe where Sarah Sherman had the greatest season of any cast member? Yes, I think she has it in her to do it. And I think there is a world out there. We're not living in it, but I think there's a world out there where she did do that. And it's just
it was
that
better last year, though.
Say that again.
She had a 6:06 average last year, which is pretty incredible. Like she was second in the cast behind Colin Jost last year. So 6:06 to 5:55 episode average.
I guess that's not like 11-second average is slightly lower, but not crazy. I don't think that. I think she's consistently good. Like I think she's good year to year. My thing is that she has such a strong personality that oftentimes we don't get to see in sketches, and that creates disappointment for viewers. But every now and then they let her out of her cage and we get to see her freak fly. And I love that. And I mean, there's no better example of things that she could do on the show that aren't necessarily blood and gore than the 2 auctioneer sketch we got in the Matt Damon episode. It was my favorite thing I've seen from her easily in 4 years on the show. And I love that it came in a live sketch, not a pre-tape, not an update. It was in a live sketch where she did things that I don't think half the SNL performers in the history of the show could have done alongside Damon. So for me, that was a huge bonus to her season. Do I wish we got the opportunity to see it more often like we do with Ashley? Yes. Am I super disappointed in her? No.
I think the best comment and best final take I give on Sarah Sherman, because I really don't have a critique of her at all this season, it was a great season, is that she was the most well-rounded of anyone in the cast, hitting all the facets of the show. So that's something that might not be important to everybody, but it is to me doing the stats. I love to see someone hit the cycle, Bill. Some baseball for you. If you can be in cold opens, update, live sketch, pre-tape, cover all the bases. We talked about, can you take one lane and succeed, do it all and fall behind, which I maybe said about Mikey and Chloe a little bit. But Sarah Sherman, 5th in the cast in update. She hit 50 live sketches, 3rd in the cast, over 9 minutes in cold opens, 5th in the cast, 7th in pre-tapes. So kind of covered all the bases. So like, how can you critique it, Bill? What do you got for me?
Yeah, she's had such an interesting trajectory on the show. And, the Amy Poehler comp over a career, as opposed to what I said with Veronika in one season, in her rookie season, I think it's a little apt here only because we're not seeing the squirm. So she is filling those normal roles a lot. But she does bring those interesting things like the auctioneers, which I said that week as well. Like, one of the most awe-inspiring things I've ever seen. I love that. I can't do that. I can't imagine being able to do that. So seeing her do that on live TV was something. Also, her doing Kristi Noem's husband with the huge juggalos. I mean, it was fish in a barrel, but who else are you going to bring out but Sarah to do something like that? I love that piece from her. I love her doing the weather on update, like Spade or Dratch, where she goes out, she breaks that pigeon up and is wearing the flimsy gown underneath her coat because that's what Colin wanted her to wear. So we got a little bit of the dynamic that we've kind of been missing the last couple of years with Jost and Sarah. So I don't know. I would prefer seeing her more on update than we did. That's me. That's my preference. But
you want to see more update?
I want to see more update. I want to see more of what she used to do on update. Like when she went
as herself.
Yes. Yeah. When she
we did see that cut from the Will
Sarah News and things like that.
Yeah. Here's my problem is that it's not that I don't want to see more of it. It's that I think they use that as a crutch because they won't let her be herself in sketches.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. It's like, all right, well, Sarah has such a unique, fun personality. Let's use her on update where she could play herself as something. So it's always like, it's not just, she's playing Kristi Noem's husband. She's playing Sarah Sherman as Kristi Noem's husband. But I think in sketches, they don't know how to let Sarah Sherman's personality out into her characters. So she has to sort of like play, blonde woman. And I think that's the thing that really sucks when you have someone like that. Imagine if they did that to Sherry O'Terry. We would look back and be like, well, how do you take this dynamo and just continue to put her in things that where we're not letting her see her full personality? And that's the thing is, again, like, I think it sometimes gets conflated that we want Sarah Squirm on SNL with we just want Sarah Sherman. And I just think that we don't get either sometimes.
Saw the reduction I mentioned in Update being the leader last season to being behind Marcello this season. So 24% drop in Update. Huge increase in pre-tapes. So this pre-tape vacuum I keep mentioning. I haven't mentioned Sarah when I've brought that up. So interesting point there. Almost doubling her time from 5:10 to 9:05 there. And we saw a live sketch increase. Could mention the lack of women for sure. But the cold opens definitely fell off. No more Matt Gaetz for her, on Church Chat and elsewhere. So we saw, a couple of those Matt Gaetz appearances last year. So I think that's a lane that just kind of is opportunistic. Kind of depends on who's in the news. Ashley Padilla seized. Ones we'll mention later, Caroline Levitt and Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem. But I think that the Sarah Update diversity was good. I did wish we got that Sarah as herself in the finale with the mullet. That was, meta enough for me, kind of season wrap. I love that aspect of it. So I did wish that made it, maybe even over Mr. On Blast, don't sue me. But I liked Sarah's season overall. And I think that she is so needed in 52. I will plant my flag in the ground that Sarah Sherman needs to carry the flag in 52 and have the best season ever then, because slight drop off, but did so much heavy lifting. Ashley Padilla got the praise that she deserved, but Sarah Sherman was week to week putting in the work. So I want to give her all the praise for that, John.
And also, I think that if there was a world where the writers and producers of the show used Ashley to her full potential and Sarah to her full potential, we are talking about two just absolute rock stars in a future cast together. I think that Sarah is still, I know she's in her 50s. I still think she could be around for another 2, 3, 4 years and just bring out the best of her. And I don't want, I want to see Ashley at her absolute peak. I don't want to lose Sarah as a result. So for me, is there a way that we can capitalize off the success of her end of the season, even if it was the second to last episode, and just find a way to just get more of that next year? I think that in combination with how frequently they use her as a utility player could lead her to be number 2 on the list next year. And I think if we get that, I would be thrilled.
And Bill, I'm sure you have some notes. I don't want to take all your picks here, but I have to mention Mechanical Bull, 2 drunk bitches on a runaway mechanical bull with Nikki Glazer. I wasn't too high on that episode personally, rewatching it this past week. It was good. I think it was great. I think Sarah was great though with Nikki. And if we can get one of those female host, female cast combos, I trust Sarah like I trust Kenan. I think she's earned that right now, that it's doesn't have to be Sarah Squirm. And by the way, she released the HBO special this year. So if you think you're a Sarah Sherman fan, watch that. You'll really find out if you're a Sarah Sherman fan. But Mechanical Bull and Auctioneers, to me, would be the 2 top moments. I see Bob Army up there, but Bill, I don't want to take all your picks.
Yeah, I'd put Bob Army up there as well. I think Beastamorphs was an interesting one that we saw pre-tape where she kind of got to do her squirm thing. Yeah, I mean, she played such a good, and I think her rapport with both Jost and Ashley in those straight roles, like when he's doing Hegseth and she's the one of the reporters, and I forget the exact wording of what was said, but she's really good in that kind of role. I don't think there's anything wrong with her being more well-rounded. We just spent so much time talking about Marcello being more well-rounded, not just being this. I miss the squirm stuff too. I think meatballs and googly eyes, those are great moments for Sarah. But her playing a girlfriend or a wife or a bachelorette, where we got so many of those this year, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think she stepped into those roles that Heidi and Ego kind of left behind, where Ashley took off like a jet. Sarah was still there and was very much needed. So I'm fine with what she's doing here, and I think she had a great season as well.
Can I just jump back and say that I think that there's nothing wrong with it, but we do need her to star in some live sketches herself in addition to those things. I think you go back to any woman who's great in the history of this show and you say, all right, like, Jan Hooks was a fantastic mom, wife, and all of these things, but we still wanted to see some, Southern Draw or Sweeney Sisters every now and then from her. And I just think that there's been stretches of time that have been so extended from 49 through most of this season where we just don't get a lot of her personality into sketches. And that is untapped potential, as we've been saying for a few people.
I like that Bill brought up the double standard there, and I like that John pushed back on the ceiling of Sarah. I do think there's a middle ground here, and I saw it in the Ryan Gosling wedding toast sketch, where you're seeing Sarah playing a bride. Could be anybody, right? Could be Chloe, could be Veronika. Doesn't need to be Sarah. But there's a moment about, Ryan Gosling, breaking, of course, saying these things about, kiss her on her poozay, and Sarah doing a wouldn't kill you. Like, that's where I want Sarah Sherman to shine as a utility player, getting a lot of screen time, pairing well with a veteran like Mikey Day or a host, like I mentioned with Nikki Glazer. There's a lot of host pairings that I saw like Goo Goo Man with Ryan Gosling as well. Not just ensemble pieces with all the women, or like the Godzilla movie with Matt Damon, something like that. There's a middle lane that when she does it, it's perfect. So I want her to keep doing that, doing the heavy lifting, but we can get some more squirm in 52 for sure.
And I'll just say, legacy-wise, I think if this all ended here, I think she does fall in the category of women of not the absolute dominant women that we've had in this show's history. I think she probably goes somewhere in the Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Rachel Dratch, like one of those that you don't think of off the top of your head, but you're like, oh, okay, yeah, no, there was some great stuff that we saw from them every now and then. And I think that she has a higher ceiling than both Dratch and JLD. I think that she should be with the Sherrys and Mollys and things like that next tier that you're talking about. And I just want like one or two more seasons of just giving her that shot.
And speaking of legacy and women cast comps, like she has crushed the last 4 80 Bryant seasons. I can look at some Cecily numbers as well. Like thinking about that trio of Kate, Cecily, 80. We say it all the time. It's like a phrase, Kate, Cecily, 80. Whereas Sarah Sherman's putting up bigger numbers, but maybe it seems more of like a silo than those female pairings. We're seeing a lot of ensemble that I kind of want to see Sarah Sherman have a Kate McKinnon season, John.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think prior to Ashley becoming what she was, I would say no doubt. Now that we have someone like Ashley on the show, I just want to see how far we can take this. But I think like I said earlier, if she was number 2 on the power rankings next year, I would be very happy.
Yeah, what was she last year? So 84.2, 85.0. I mentioned the screen time went down a little bit, 3%. Power ranking went up a little bit with some more roles, and quality roles. So let's make our way up. I mean, should we do it? Is Sarah back, John?
No, oh yeah, she has to be back. I would be very surprised.
Yeah, I said my piece.
Why wouldn't we have her back?
Bill?
Yes, 100% she'll be back.
All right, so let's make our way to number 4. Just narrowly beating Sarah Sherman, who's at 85.0. It's 85.1 power ranking. James Austin Johnson, a 3.9 SPE this year, 78 appearances, 1 hour, 47 minutes, 25 seconds. And that's most share with Ashley Padilla, 41 segments. Of course, we're going to get the biggest red portion of the pie graph with cold opens, 45.3%, untouchable right there. We were on a trajectory of seeing Trump every week, cooled off in the spring, saw more Hegseth, of course. But the live sketches, 38.7%. I know it's comparing to cold opens, but I do want to see more Jadge in there. Love the boy band sketch, Karen Wayward Son, things like that. Musical Jadge is good for me. 12.6% in pre-tapes. We saw some more voiceovers for him, taking over for, we used to call Beck Bennett, doing those things, and now we're seeing Jadge do it all the time. He's perfect for that. Weekend update, not a ton there. But screen time per episode, John, kind of hard to not think about the Trump because it really makes or break the numbers here. He did lead the cast 3 times, though, so all Trump dependent, unfortunately or fortunately.
For the first time in his career, I could say that I think his political impressions overshadowed how good of a season that he had. I think that he did a lot of things outside of the cold opens this year that really worked for me. I think the show finally let him off the leash a bit. I don't think they did it as much as I would like them to do, because I think that he has Phil Hartman-esque upside, which is as high a praise as I could ever give any cast member. But I do think that there were moments where we finally got to see him stretch his legs in sketches where he's not just forced into a political impression. So for me, best season of his career, and has moved into my top 50 all-time cast members after this one.
And I was going to say this for the end, John, but Legacy Watch, I mean, the Live from New York climb is huge for me. I think Legacy goes into impression being prolific. Live from New York is big. So when we do the Hall of Fame with the Daryl Hammonds and Phil Hartmans, Dana Carvey's doing those presidential roles, someone's got to do it. You can't hold it against Jadge for having to do Trump week after week and getting that makeup and do front to camera type of stuff.
Yeah,
I think
but there's a difference, Mike, because I would say that with Daryl Hammond, this was his analogy. He compared himself to a place kicker in the NFL, the guy who just comes in to kick the field goals. I think that there's a world where James becomes the best to ever do it at that, but I don't think that's what he wants for himself from the show. I think he wants to do more. He idolizes Dana Carvey. I think he wants to be in more sketches like he was while also doing the political thing. I don't think he reached the ceiling of a Dana-like season this year, but I think he got a lot closer than he ever has.
He didn't have a 51 episode this season to crack his top 5. So, a lot of cast members this season had career high episodes. He was not one of them. Tiana Taylor was his 6th best, though. I think that might have been the Trump Awards cold open. So looking at his comparison to last year, it was up 3%. So kind of opposite of Sarah, right? She was down 3%. James is up 3% for those classmates. So he gained 3 minutes, 13 seconds over last season. Cold opens actually went down, Bill. Can you believe it? 14.8% down in cold opens, up 20% in monologues. That's obviously not much. Up 23% in sketches. That's what I'd like to talk about, is some James Austin Johnson sketches that you liked this season, because I love impressions on the show. I would like to see more varied because he's got a lot of them, and I mention them all the time.
Yeah, I think all 3 of us were kind of hoping for that at the end of 50, where we weren't seeing those roles that he was doing outside of the cold open. I mean, I'll go back to it again because I just love it so damn much. But Carry On My Wayward Son was carried by James Austin Johnson. His singing voice, working with all those guys, I think it was brilliantly put together. Having it on the 2 sets, and James was the highlight of that, even over Jack Black, which is saying something. All the father roles, he was so great in all of those. Words to Live By was a great pre-tape with the God Damn It country song. The boy band, as you mentioned. And he also did some really good stuff as far as other impressions, although we didn't get a lot. We got the Andrea Bocelli. He did 3 different ones in that Christmas one.
Unbelievable.
so great. So yeah, I mean, he took it to another level with that stuff. And to touch on the cold opens just a little bit, I mean, I don't know what the record is. I'm sure one of you knows how many live from New York's in a single season. Like, did he get that?
I don't have that offhand. I don't believe that he did, though. I think that would still.
Well, that would be Chevy.
Daryl.
Never mind.
Chevy, of course. Yeah.
As soon as I said it, I realized what I was saying. Yeah, I mean, and tying Daryl in that Monica Lewinsky season where he was playing Clinton every week. I mean, it's incredible that he's able to do both of these things. We were begging for it in 50 to see him in other things, and we got it.
He had 13 this year. Pretty impressive, though. As I mentioned, the Trumps cooled off late in the season. Didn't see it with Matt Damon or Olivia Rodrigo. Those episodes, we saw it in the final one with Will Ferrell. But so he's at 51 right now. So in the live from New York count, he did pass Alec Baldwin in live from New York's and Trump impressions. So he's at 53. He passed Alec Baldwin there. He's now biting at the heels of Kenan Thompson for next season, who's at 55. Dana at 60. So next season for sure, Jadge could be top 3 live from New York's all time. Talk about legacy watch, John. That's one close to your heart.
For sure. I think he will break the record, probably do it in 2 years from now, but that's something we'll celebrate then. I just think he's the highest impact performer that we have on this cast, truly, where he can come into a sketch for 10 seconds and just add something to it more than anybody else could. And look, my biggest example of that is if you go to screen time per episode and you look at the second to last episode where he was just in 1 minute and 9 seconds of that Matt Damon episode. But between the voiceover work that he did in the Tidy Care kitty litter sketch and him coming in at the end of the Two Auctioneers, where you just knew in your head, this is a sketch that though Sarah wrote it and starred in it, it would be made for somebody like James if they would just give him an opportunity to do it. And he comes in at the neighbor and he just crushes so quickly. And I'm watching this. And again, I just see, there's a whole cast of performers over the last 10 years that I think never got to their absolute peak. I think that we need to celebrate the fact that James got a lot closer this year than he ever has. And I'm very excited for him coming back next year.
I would use the word limitless with James so far in 5 seasons, that there's not one aspect that he's failed at or kind of been so at. John mentions the auctioneer sketch. Like, that he could do that. Like, I wouldn't even need to see it. You can say, oh, James could do this. He can do like noir, old school stuff. He can do impressions. He can do update. Didn't see a lot of update this season, but I love to see a little bit of personality. Like when we saw the micro impressions a couple years ago with, Bob Dylan's phone on vibrate and things like that. Could maybe break out Kate McKinnon for a long time. We never got to really meet her on the show. James has kind of been like that. He's like a really straight lace SNL performer. I also want to mention, as I have to, the pilot sketch with Nikki Glazer. He had pretty low screen time, but gave him the A roll for that one. Nikki Glazer as the flight attendant got a B roll. So kind of a rare occurrence where the host is a B roll and the sketch player cast member is an A roll. Him and Kam Patterson, like that was a great moment in an episode that I, didn't speak too highly of a moment ago, that James got to do something completely his own as the pilot, can do the voice on the microphone. He's on the apps, playing great off Kam Patterson. So things like that, I wish they didn't happen every 10 episodes. I wish they happened like every 5, Bill.
Yeah, and I think the other one that kind of showed his personality was the instructor ones with Marcello, where he was just kind of playing. He was the C B role, but his personality shined through with both of those. Do you guys think that he's now top 5 all-time voiceover in SNL? That's a hard one to go because a lot of the stuff from the early days. But you've got Pardo, you got Higgins, you got Cecily.
You got to go Phil, Parnell, and then
Parnell.
Cecily. Yeah. I don't think he's top 5, but obviously what he just showed a couple episodes
top
ago.
10 probably. But yeah,
well, let's do it right now. Let's just cast. So no Higgins, no Pardo,
and no Jim Downey.
Yeah. So, and no Jack Handy. Deep thoughts either. But
yeah, I think you got to go Phil Hartman number one for that for sure. Then I think you probably go Chris Parnell 2, Bill
I'd agree with that.
Hader. No, Cecily Strong 3, Bill
Cecily.
Hader 4. I think you maybe go. Oh, that's a tough one. I'm trying to think.
I
Did I
mentioned
miss? I mean,
Beck
Heidi
earlier.
was
You
a
got
good one.
you got Daryl too. So
Of course, yeah, Daryl. Yeah, I think he's close.
yeah,
But we don't have the recurring sketches in this era for him to sort of dominate with the intros to sketches and things like that we would get. Yeah,
right.
He has gotten some recurrence on Update though. With those Colin Jost segments, introducing them on Update.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, that is very true. I also think that a huge storyline for James Austin Johnson this summer. I'm going to repeat what I said last week in case you weren't with us, but I think this summer when Lorne Michaels is on vacation with his toes in the sand, walking down the beach, thinking about what went well with SNL UK, I think he looks at George Fouracres and says, "Do I have that in James Austin Johnson?" Because to me, very similar performers here, similar styles, similar skill sets, and I think that the way that UK is using Fouracres outside of just the Starmer role, to me shows me that I could be using James more throughout the show, and that's exciting.
Agreed. I feel like Jadge is still a little bit leashed. I mentioned that he's always going to be tied to the Trump impression. I remember seeing his video talking about Scooby-Doo as Trump on the streets of Manhattan, and that was the one exposure I had to him before he was SNL cast member. And there's just, I love the Fouracres comp, John, because we saw 45 seconds of Fouracres. Like, can we give James the segment to his own? Because I think the guy has a lot in the tank that's just never been seen, including musical. If we talked about this a couple of years ago, we'd be talking about Lake Beach. This season, you go Words to Live By, and of course the Bocelli that Bill mentioned. So when we go to musical pre-tapes, doesn't have to be always a music video. It can be an impression. I mean, I'll take as much Bob Dylan as I can get, John.
Yeah, completely. And I don't want to get to the end of James Austin Johnson's career and say, damn, we wish he was here, but in a different era. I think he would play the president no matter what era it is. So I know a lot of people will say, well, he was bogged down by Trump. I think he would play Reagan if he was in that era. So I think he was always going to do that thing. But I don't want the rest of the episode where we don't get him or don't get him used as well as he could to be this era. Whereas if he was in the late 80s, he would become, a top 10 performer ever. So I hope we get to see him even more because I'm very thrilled of what we got this year.
Lastly, have we seen him really break? I mean, I might have seen a smirk, but this is a guy talking about earlier tonight, Chloe Fineman and breaking. He's kind of has that mantle right now. And I love the quiet James too. Emo mom from Amy Poehler silently eating rice and pasta. And as Amy Poehler gets to get all the laugh lines, James plays the dad as he does often and stole it from me.
Love him as a dad, and that's the Phil Hartman-esque quality that he has to him that I just, we haven't seen enough of that for sure.
And the greatest line of the season. I got excited and I pulled too hard.
Yes, he did.
Did we ever find out about the leg tattoo, John?
I don't think we did. No, I didn't.
All right.
I didn't send that question in, Mike. I think I reached my quota.
NBC. Okay. All right. So Legacy Watch, John, if this was his last season, did you already say where he ranks?
I said he's in the top 50 for me after this season. I think
agree.
that he has certainly potential to get higher. But I think, looking at our countdown we did a few years back, I think I would be very surprised if he doesn't make it in the next time we do it. And I would certainly have him in my top 50.
And Bill, this is a prime era for you watching the show. Is he close to Daryl Hammond? Has he passed him? And if he hasn't, what does it take to pass Daryl Hammond?
He hasn't passed him only because the show is not designed the same way anymore, where Daryl was doing 3 or 4 impressions a night sometimes. If the show was still the same way, yeah, he would have already passed him. But he's top 50 for me as well.
Agreed. We're entering the top 3 right now. This was a surprise for me, entering the maybe like second quarter, getting towards like the Bowen farewell episode. It's Mikey Day, 85.6. I figured at a certain point that James was going to easily get top 3. Mikey said not so fast. So 81 segments, 43 with Ashley Padilla. Third in the power ranking. Hour, 53 minutes, 36 seconds of screen time for Mikey Day. Most of it coming in live schedules, of course, 74.4%, 10.5 in pre-tape, 6.7 in weekend update, all with pairings. So we saw him with Marcello twice, Kamikaze Dolphins and Emojis, of course, Aerial Tramway, 7.2% in cold opens. Best episode was with Harry Styles. So we saw him have a really good night with Ryan Gosling. No surprise after their history together last season or 2 seasons ago with Beavis and Butthead. And then a huge night with Harry Styles there. Of course, though, that is bolstered by that freeze frame at the gas pump. So a little asterisk there for me. That's why I need the power ranking to weigh in. But huge night, though. 13 minutes, 4 seconds. 4.05 SPE. We talked about season 48, season 49 even, Mikey Day, Renaissance, if you will. I think that missing an episode, or he was shut out of Charlie XCX last season. That was the first for him. Are we going to see a Kenan-like declination of Mikey Day? And we didn't at all. I mean, top 3 power ranking for Mikey Day is a surprise. I almost shouldn't be surprised, Bill, but here we are with the second leading vet outside Jost and Shea being in top 3. What do you make of it?
It is a surprise because much like Kenan, although obviously he had a lot more going on than Kenan did this year, there's very little to point to as far as this was a Mikey Day moment. There is a few. I think getting him back in Shop TV, now Ashley instead of Heidi, was a high point for me. But we didn't get a parking altercation. We didn't get, obviously, Beavis got cut, Beavis number 2. I think what he did with Cyclops was great with Gosling and Kenan. Him and Kenan together, I mean, I don't know how much we've talked about that in the past, but those two together are just, they're so great because, I mean, they're the two Emeritus, right? They're never leaving unless they want to. And seeing them in Black Santa, seeing them in Free Solo, that I think seeing them work together is a delight. Brad's dad pre-tapes was another one that I liked. Getting Streeter in the show, his longtime writing partner. So, yeah, Aerial Tramway, I guess, is the thing that we're going to point to when we go to Mikey Day season 51.
Yeah, Mikey Day, friend of the show. I mentioned Marcello, but 7 minutes 13 per week since March. Like, crazy finish for Mikey Day. This could be an example of a quiet exit. Kyle Mooney, not completely apropos, but we saw him kind of have a little bit of a peak at near the end of his last season and not in the finale. But Mikey, past 3 episodes, 7-9, 735, 645, had a recurring role kind of in cast list, being Casper there. But this is a season that just feels very Mikey Day of any era, John. It kind of didn't really have a peak or a valley for him, but late season for sure was big.
It definitely picked up then, and I think that the Gosling episode is going to be the one that we're really going to remember. They had that great duo moment in Beavis and Butthead, and then he comes back, and I think earlier in the week he's like FaceTiming with Gosling, and they're talking about stuff, and they put that out, and then he's all over the episode. I think he wrote 4 sketches that week, and I think the thing is Streeter is one of the head writers. I think Streeter is a brilliant writer, and you're never going to lose Mikey in sketches when he has his best friend and writing partner as being the head writer of this show. It really doesn't bother me. I think the thing that most people complain about with Mikey is just that we've been seeing Mikey for 10 years. He's doing it consistently for 10 years. I would say probably there was an evolution of Mikey post Alex Moffat and other season 47 people leaving the show. But sort of been the same thing that we've seen for so long. And most of the complaints that I do see are, well, I'm kind of tired of it. I kind of want to see something different. For me, I think if you are consistently good, then keep it going, keep building your legacy and all that. But I just, like I said, I think he's such a good writer. I almost wonder if him and Streeter would be great as being the head writers of this show. Nothing against Allison and Kent, but just, they've been around a long time. And it would be cool to see Mikey and Streeter there in that role. And then Mikey hand off other roles to younger people. So my only thing is that I think you can look at this season and say Mikey had a fantastic year. There was a lot of great moments. If you want a new era of the show, he would need to move on.
I'm glad you said it and not me, but he seems like the holdover of the 40s, seasons, that is. I'm kind of grown tired of the humiliate Mikey. It just doesn't hit for me anymore. I'm not talking about Matt Shat. I'm talking about getting spit on in Godzilla, and I think he's better when he's trying to hold it together. We talk about Kenan reacts. Well, it's Mikey explains. Shop TV can still work for me with a good host, especially Olivia, Sabrina. It kind of works because he's trying to keep it on the rails, which he's known for. I think the Mikey cuck sketches, the Mikey humiliation sketches, it's I've just seen enough of them. I don't know. I know I'm not alone in that. Space Emperor with Finn Wolfhard, not my favorite sketch by any means, but I liked a presence of Mikey with a young host in that regard. And then I mentioned him and Sarah and the Gosling wedding toast I was really into. So there wasn't much new from Mikey, but I'm glad Bill mentioned the Black Santa Claus, because him and Kenan felt like a tour de force moment that we hadn't seen in 3 years. John?
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I mean, Brad and his dad, should we get more of those next season? Should we go somewhere else? It's a facet of the show that's been missing for a while. So I like to see that Mikey is front and center in those. If he does kind of take a back seat or leave the cast, I could see those being recurring in the writer's room.
I would love to see more of those. I think that was a new layer. I would say probably a little bit more interesting for Streeter's legacy than Mikey's legacy, where I look at that and I'm like, all right, that's a really cool level of what they're bringing to the show. I got to talk to Robert Smigel a couple weeks ago on Mark Malkoff's podcast and asked him about that. And he, because he had Mikey and Streeter on his podcast recently, and he said we didn't really talk about that on the podcast, but off the podcast, we had a great conversation about Brad and his dad. And I think that was just a really fun thing that we got to see a couple times on the show. And I wish we had seen it more this season. But yeah, I mean, look, Bill, for me, Mikey Day is probably a top 40 cast member-ish right now. And I think his legacy will hover around there somewhere. Again, we're not doing specifics, but maybe 35 to 40, something like that. 42, I don't know. But I think that there is, to get too specific. But yeah, I think that there is consistency to him that you probably won't be able to find in most performers in this history in 50 years.
But John, I gotta jump in. Sorry, Bill. Could Mikey ever increase that for you, John?
I think, well, yeah, he could. I think he'd have to be number one in the power rankings, for sure. Maybe it's not what everybody wants because he's been there for so long. But I think if he continued to dominate year after year, what are you going to say? The numbers tell the story. He's
interesting note too. Never led the cast in those categories. Screen time and power ranking this season.
Right. So, that is something. Yeah, I mean, I got to think, when I was doing my top 50, I factored in legacy to the show. I think that Mikey's legacy is being the voice of the audience in a sketch, and he's probably the best to ever do it at that. So I don't think you could take that away from him. And that's sort of the brand that he brought to this show. I just think there's so many performers that have such dynamic, interesting energy and range to them that I don't know that I can move him past, but he would have to consistently put up great seasons year after year, and perhaps being head writer and doing, like just building a new legacy for himself at the show would even boost my impression of him more.
Yeah. And Bill, as I go to you, I'll give you the final question too about, is he back?
I think he probably is back for especially because of the writing, because of working with Streeter. Yeah, I think this is his peak as far as, I would put him in the top 50. I don't know. I'd put him in the top 40. Why don't we just spend the next 4 hours talking about our top 50, John? I got the time.
I just don't want to do it again for another few years. I feel like we should give it like another 3, 4, or 5 years to let these legacies sort of cement themselves. But one day.
My only concern, the only difference between him and Kenan is he taking roles away from people who would should be getting them? So would we be talking about Ben Marshall in the top 10 if he was taking those Mikey react moments away as far as what we got there? But other than that, I'm fine with him sticking around. I think he does stick around, but no more Godzilla spit takes, please.
My legacy watch for Mikey is really simple because I'm a huge Mikey fan. Again, friend of the show. I think 10 is enough. I think moving on eras is important right now in the late night landscape. And seeing Ashley Padilla, seeing Marcello, like, this is where we're headed. And what Bill just said, I can't say it any better.
But I'm surprised to hear you say that because you are the stats guy. So for me, when someone has just a great season on paper, how could you then want them to go?
Well, because it's been 10 seasons, John, but also because what we make of these sketches we're mentioning, if it was somebody else, we might have a different take on Godzilla spit take, which I did not really care for, if it was Tommy Brennan. I mean, I just might. I can't say it.
That's
I never saw it.
That's not the objective, which you are the objective guy.
That's what we're doing tonight, though, right? I mean, I'm saying that. How would SNL look legacy wise? I think that Mikey Day's legacy is cemented, which is why I asked you, could he ever rise to top 30, top 25 for you ever? Even if he stayed for 13 more seasons like Kenan Thompson, I think this is what we have here.
Yeah, I guess the question though, Mike, is there any cast member who after 10 years can build on their legacy? And I think the answer is yes. I think Kenan did it. So the question is, like, as if you're just looking objectively here, there is legacy to build. I think subjective then factors into how you want to put your list together. But I think if we're from a numbers perspective, there's nothing on paper that shows me that he should leave.
Well, we're talking about double standards a lot tonight. Sarah being more utility, bad to some, Marcello being more utility, good to some, Cam on update versus Jane on update. I think that Mikey Kenan is a little double standard because Mikey being top 3 power ranking at season 10 is not a net positive, but Kenan being 10th is a net positive at his role in 23 seasons. So I just want to see an SNL where Mikey Day isn't top 10. If that's the case, I'm into it.
Yeah, 23 seasons is much different than 10.
Yeah, but that's such an obvious take, though. I mean, Mikey Day at 10 seasons, we know what he's bringing. We know what Kenan's bringing it by season 15, I think. I mean, look back at those episodes of watching one the other night of him, doing a talk show and, as much younger, a little heavier Kenan and doing the same beats. I still loved it, but like, I want to see an SNL where those roles go elsewhere, I think is my take on legacy.
Yeah, I do get that. I think that what we're looking at here is, for the first time, Mikey doesn't really have anybody that he started on the show with in the cast with him. And I think that, like I'm saying, like with Heidi gone, I think with Heidi was there for most of his entire career, and Ego, the following year, Bowen leaving, like it's really a lot of the people that he was with there for the majority of his career are gone. So now you're looking at, okay, he is, as you said, someone from a previous era, whereas Kenan has sort of transcended 3 different eras at this point. So for Mikey to potentially dominate in a second era, I think does boost his legacy. So I don't want to contradict myself, but I just think it would take the domination for me to really get there.
Bill, final question. Is it cake?
It most certainly is, Mike. It's
All right.
definitely cake.
Now we're entering another career year, and that's Colin Jost. Talked about Che being 20 for 20 episodes on Update. Colin Jost paints a different picture. 33 appearances. So do the math there. That's 13 appearances outside the desk. Michael Che not making one since that Pete Davidson premiere years ago. So Colin Jost really having the renaissance. He's doing press right now. Pop Culture Jeopardy's airing on Netflix as a daily show, not as a streaming binge watch. I am watching it. It's a great show. I love Colin in that role. And I saw him on what's it called? Subway Takes and Hot Ones. Like, we're seeing Colin Jost branch out. Olympic coverage, of course, not just ScarJo's husband anymore. Colin Jost, and the writer of the Tom and Jerry movie. So 90.9 power ranking as an Update anchor. I'd love to see, prime Jimmy Fallon power ranking to compare, or even Seth before Update versus when he went just to Update. Norm Macdonald had a kind of a transition of that as well. Not so much for Colin Quinn or Dennis Miller, but Colin Jost, this could be the peak for somebody who's primarily on Update, not like an Amy Poehler. So 90.9, so that's a 1.65 appearances per episode this year, SPE. 2 hours, 27 minutes, 23 seconds, Bill. And this was a race to the finish. I thought 5-6 weeks ago, Ashley Padilla has it in the bag. Eventually she does. But Colin Jost almost took over the screen time record for this season, which would have been a different story, I think. A different taste in our mouths, John, if it ended up being Colin Jost wins the crown. Of course, Ashley Padilla does win the Triple Crown.
Would have been
9 live from New York's. 30, come on. 11 cold opens, all as Hegseth. We saw him debut this last season with Cecily, and now we got Hegseth, for days here. Taste in our mouth, Hegseth, Hegs breath. I don't know. It's late. So 19.1% of his time in cold opens, 79.8% on Update. We saw him in one live sketch. That was the Coleman Domingo Grandpa's Wake Pimp sketch. We saw him in one pre-tape. That was the Home Alone gory Ariana Grande pre-tape. So that's the 13 appearances outside Update. Looking at the board, we saw him peak in the Matt Damon episode, which we saw him as Kavanaugh, Aziz as Patel, and of course Colin as Hegseth. So all the reds here on the chart are all those appearances. Couple others I mentioned. But last season, season 50, ScarJo hosting the finale. Big old joke swap with ScarJo in the building, looking at the monitor. Is this it for him? It's not. John, it's the best season by far of Colin Jost's career in his 13th season, and that's just his cast, not writing.
Speaking of someone who built on their legacy after being in the cast for over 10 years, Colin Jost, who I think came in here and did something we did not expect. Yes, we saw him as Hegseth towards the end of last season. That was a novelty. This time, they really leaned on it as sort of a palate cleanser for us not seeing Trump. And I think that really helped make the show feel more fresh. I know that we saw sort of the same bro-y guy, and maybe they went too heavy on it towards the back half, but you do have to keep in mind that the country is at war, and this is the type of thing where Lauren likes the show to feel time capsule-ish. So when you go back, you're like, what was happening in 2026? Oh yeah, United States, Iran. Okay, this is the moment where we had this guy as the Secretary of Defense /war. So I don't blame the show. I think we're going to look back and look maybe 5-10 years down the road and be like, okay, yeah, I get it. It makes sense. But I just love a guy who, after so many years, came back to the show ready to play. He was so excited to do something different, be more a part of it. And the biggest indication for me, Bill, is he wasn't just on Weekend Updated in cold opens. He did a pre-tape. He did a live sketch. He was in more of the show than we ever thought he would be. And for me, that was very exciting.
Yeah, we've never seen anything like it as far as Weekend Update. It's either gone where they're just on Update, or they start in sketches a la Seth, Amy, and kind of ease their way out of it. To get to this point when it was just him doing the occasional thing, maybe once or twice a year, and showing up in a sketch or a pre-tape, to go to this in this late in his career is wild. And I didn't get sick of this. I think this was a nice break from all the Jazz Trump stuff. Even if it was samey, I think it was fine because that's kind of what this guy is. So Jost playing it that way is fine to me. So yeah, this is really impressive. I do have a trivia question for both of you. There's only 3 other Secretary of Defenses that have ever been impersonated on SNL. Do you know? One of them's a deep cut, but I think you might know the other 2.
Rumsfeld?
So Rumsfeld has to be one.
Yep.
Mike, you got any others?
One became the vice president, but was played as Secretary of Defense in the
Dick
early
Cheney?
90s. Yep. Was played by Phil. And then this is the deep cut. Caspar Weinberger, Reagan's Secretary of Defense, was played once by Rich Hall and once by John Lovitz. So,
of course.
Yeah. Any Caspar Weinberger fans out there in the chat at hour 4?
No, they're in bed by now.
They're all dead.
Say to my fellow panelists here, let's pick the energy up. We're only 4 hours into this. We got a long way to go. Let's keep going.
Hit the over, Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but I'll say legacy-wise, I think definite improvement for me with Colin Jost. This is the Tina Fey type thing that we talked about when Tina came up on the cast countdown of, all right, you were head writer, really important to the history of the show. You were a solid Weekend Update anchor. Then you came in later on as Sarah Palin, started hosting the show, found your other moment. I mean, is it possible that Colin Jost one day does leave the show and comes back and hosts? I think it's not out of the realm of possibility after what we saw this year. So to me, I think he's grown from just being an update anchor. He now feels like an update anchor plus. So I know that a lot of people would love to see change. I was more excited about Joe Sear than I've been in any of the years we've been covering him.
I think calling this night SNL by the numbers legacy watch is kind of tailored for Colin Jost because talked about Kenan and Mikey Day. How can they improve after 10 years? Colin Jost is the example. Easy for him from having a singular role mostly to doing this, but all the kudos because, as Bill said, we don't see this very often. We didn't, imagine if we saw, a resurgence of John Kerry in that administration and Seth Meyers played it when he was on Update. Something like that, but I think this was the trick up the sleeve for Lorne and Colin, preseason going into it, realizing they could make something of Hegseth. It made sense. Talk about the alpha male lack in the cast and having Colin have a punchable face, not being, he did play was he Matt Gaetz once. He played, Buttigieg a couple times. He played Roger Goodell. He's not known for impressions. But having this Ashley Padilla, you can say, okay, well, that's as a sophomore leap. Colin Jost, 13th season, doing this shows a love of the show, an excitement, a willing to try something new, to succeed or fail. So I love it for Colin. If this is it for him, then legacy way improved, John.
Way improved. I don't know where to quantify it yet. I think that he would be a very interesting case study when we do the next cast countdown. But I would say a lot more arguments for his potential and time at the show than what we had a year ago.
Well, we hit the 4-hour mark, Bill. Let's give the listeners a little treat who stayed with us this long. I know there's greatest and best. Can we get Bill Kenney's best weekend update anchors? Top 3. Or stop when you get to Doyle Murray. Either way.
I think at this point you do have to put Justin Shea as number 1, and then I would go Norm and Dennis. I've pretty much stayed on that one throughout time. So,
and this is best of all time, not the greatest to ever do it. Like, there's a distinction there.
That's a good point. I think I'll stand by what I said.
I disagree, but
I know you do. We've had that discussion.
Who was number 2?
Norm, and then Dennis.
Okay.
Yeah.
John, care to share yours?
Yeah, I think best to ever do it was Norm for sure. Just
Great.
had just everything you would want from an update anchor on the show. I think I'd probably go Dennis and then Seth, but greatest, no question, Justin Shea.
Exactly with you, John. Same top 3, and greatest has to be the longevity and what they mean to the show, writing, longevity, all that stuff. Well, 4 hours and 4 minutes later, here we are, the number 1 cast member of season 51, Ashley Padilla. Who could have thunk? Here we are with a 168% screen time increase from 56 minutes and 32 seconds to 2 hours, 31 minutes and 7 seconds. That's a net increase of 95 minutes, roughly. Ashley Padilla coming in a class with Jane Wickline and Emil Wakim being 2 of the 3 retained. Kind of a quiet season for her, and then just takes over the show. So every stat category, power ranking being the ultimate of everything. But of course, that's made up of appearances, 92, led the cast. Screen time, I just said, led the cast. 49 shared segments with Sarah Sherman. We saw her in cold opens now this season. Last year, 6.5 minutes. This year, 18 minutes. That's a 180% increase. Monologues, 14% increase. Live sketch, 176% increase. Pre-tapes, 140% increase. Weekend update, 135% increase. So everything's off the charts. It really sways the whole color grid on my computer right now. All the greens are on Ashley Padilla's name. Only decrease, the 10-1. So we saw her last year, 11 minutes. This year, 4.5 minutes versus 11 minutes. So what can you say about Ashley Padilla? She led the cast in screen time 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. She had more than 6 minutes in 15 out of 20 episodes. Incredible. I'll go over to you, Bill.
I mean, we've talked about it all season, and it's incredible what we watched here, and it was such a pleasure to see this all happen in real time. Possibly, I mean, this is something that we have to talk about when we're not entering a 5th hour of a podcast, but possibly the greatest second season in SNL history. And just off the top of the dome, I would put, Belushi, Eddie Murphy, Phil Hartman, where they just took it to another level in their second season. And, were already great in their first one, but went to another level. That's what Ashley did here. We talked in preseason about how many of those Ego Heidi roles were going to go to Sarah and Chloe. And we talked about Ashley, and we knew and loved her. And I think we were all pretty high on her. I think John called her a generational prospect last year, which kudos to you, John, for really getting that right. But I don't think any of us thought she was going to fill that void in the way that she did. And she did it in her own style. She was not a clone of anyone. She was not doing something else. She was being Ashley Padilla. And my goodness, this was one of the greatest thrills of watching SNL in 40 years for me, was watching what she did this year.
This is why we do this, John, right? Is to see it happen, as Bill said, in real time, and to go from a rookie proving herself to taking over the cast this quickly. I just haven't seen it before. Have you?
I have not. And this is why I do anything I do, because I love sports and I love getting to watch the next great athlete talent show up there. I love reality competition shows because I love seeing someone in a social experiment just manipulate with mind games. And it's so fascinating. I just love seeing humans find their very best in situations and then put them on display for the world. And to me, in Saturday Night Live, it all comes down to, can you be one of the greatest performers ever and come onto this show and dominate? And I think it's been a while since we've had a candidate for that. So for me, she's the reason to watch the show, because I'm giddy at 11:28. I'm just waiting for the show to turn on to see what she's going to do that night. I haven't had that in years. And I am so excited to see where her ceiling ultimately goes. Like, where is this going to go to? Does she become a Mount Rushmore cast member? Does she have a lot of pressure to succeed next year off of this one? There's so much left to do after having just been on the show for 40 episodes. It's such a small sample size compared to some of the all-time greats who did this for 7 or 8 or however many years. But just, Bill listed some great examples of greatest second-year players ever. I think that's certainly there. I think no doubt 100% greatest featured player ever. It's a little bit of an asterisk because some people were never made featured players or were not allowed to, fulfill a role in that way. So like SNL is a little bit finicky when it comes to that. But I think what we're looking at here is not only a generational prospect, but now a generational cast member. She is going to be the defining cast member of this era. And I hope that we all appreciate her while she's here, because I look at someone like Will Ferrell, who I do believe became more appreciated after he was gone, or at least in the second half of his career at the worst. The first few years, I think, with Jim Brewer and Mark McKinney still there was sort of a like, who is this guy and why is he so loud and boisterous? I think, there's a lot of talk about, the use of Kristen Wiig and all that. I think there's flaws to everyone. And I'm sure that one day someone will find one with Ashley, because I haven't yet. But I just would like to say, if you would love Saturday Night Live, do your best to appreciate her week after week, because, this type of performer doesn't come around every season.
This is an example also of somebody who comes into the show, who gets the show, loves the show, and makes the show. So there's a lot of great cast members right now that we talked about tonight. Someone like Ashley Padilla comes in and owns the live sketch medium the way she does, reminds you why you love the show. So go back to the original era, watch Gilda, Lorraine, Jane, Garrett, John, Danny, everybody, and you see like, oh, this is what the show is about. It took some time to get there and realize what the show can be. But 51 seasons and seeing somebody week after week do this is just not the modern SNL blueprint. So I think the most impressive thing is, she Triple Crown winner, led everything. But to do it for this consistent 20 episode run, there's one episode in the entire run, Nikki Glazer's, that she's 7 seconds short of 3 minutes. Other than that, 3 minutes is low for her. There's 13, almost 14 minutes on here. There's almost 13 minutes again later. Couple tens, close to tens. I think if they came out hot with Ashley Padilla and said, we're going to establish her as like somebody who can be like Kate or Cecily, that's fair. They need someone to fill that role. It's been a couple years. But to get into the winter and the spring and still have Ashley Padilla doing Kathy with Jack Black and doing Mom's Confession with Alexander Skarsgård, she just never took her foot off the gas. Bill, what was your favorite moment from her this season?
This may be the hardest question you ask all night, Mike, because there's so many great ones. The ones you mentioned, the passing notes, where first time in the show's history, they said, we've changed the words. So they don't know what they're about to read, Ashley and Gosling. And I think that was so exciting to see, to kind of get something fresh and see her reactions to that. I mean, the fart sketch, the surprise sketch was up there for me as well. I don't want to take them all, but I mean, we could probably do this for 2 more hours. But yeah, I mean, the mom's confessional, turning all of that, Trumper MAGA fans on its head, and having all of her kids sit there on the couch and, don't react, and her admitting that maybe she was wrong, and maybe there's nothing wrong with trans people, and maybe that was brilliant. But Kathy is probably my number one. I think what she did there, talking tech, talking TV, she had to carry that sketch, even though you've got Jack and Kenan in the foreground. That was all her. That was everything was her, and she did such a tremendous job with that. So, and that's just a few.
Yeah, John, before I look at any more stats, I'd love for you to speak on the favorite moments, because you've done so many podcasts this season, and there's a lot of highlights to cover week to week. I think me and you are sharing top sketch of the season is Mom's Confession. Am I right about that?
Yeah, I do think that was probably the greatest moment that we had.
That one beats Cousin Planet for me, but that's my number one. I think, is there something else we can add to it? But I really want to know, what was maybe 2 or 3 of the defining moments talking about legacy? Because, this is going to be an easy one for us to say. Is Ashley back? Yeah, hell yeah, she's back. But is there a moment that you go, wow, this is really going to be her cast?
Well, I think you could go back to the first episode of the season and look at that Bad Bunny episode, which I didn't really love, and I haven't been so fond on premieres in the last few years. But I do think that there was this moment in parent-teacher conference where you walk away and you're like, okay, that wasn't a great episode, but that Ashley sketch was really good. And then you get to Sabrina Carpenter's episode and you see her do that office surprise fart sketch. And you're like, whoa, this is, in a sketch that everything you write down on paper, a surprise party at an office, girl farts, takes 5 minutes of time. You'd be like, sounds awful. And you watch it and it's just so great. And she starts to develop a rhythm and a pattern that I haven't seen before. And the only thing I could really compare it to is I watch a lot of basketball, and sometimes you just see someone drive to the net in a way that I haven't seen before, the way that they get around defender. I'm seeing moves from somebody in a sketch that I haven't seen in 51 years of the show. I've never seen someone play with timing in the way that Ashley does. I know that we've been talking about the Padilla pause, as has been lovingly coined. I think it's a great name for it, but it's really time does stop when she's in a sketch. She does find a way to then take a rhythm out of a live sketch comedy show that's supposed to be punchy and fast and you're moving through things, and she slows it down to the point where she can really hit on comedy in a way that I think is just so different than some of the all-time greats in your Eddies or your Phils or your Danas or your Bills or Kristens. Any of those people, they all have their own style. And I think that Ashley just brought a style that was so different. So we can talk about moments. And I think I'm so excited one day to do everything you need to know about SNL season 51, to go through the story of Ashley through the season, where we'll do the moments. But I think that the thing that might be forgotten from this year is just her ability to simply stretch a sketch more than I've ever seen anyone do it before.
I watched that Bad Bunny teacher conference sketch yesterday as well, and it was such a good moment for me in an otherwise pretty poor episode. And you could probably do an analysis, like a YouTube kind of video, analyzing every line that she did when she's asks if Bad Bunny is single, and says his wife, before he says his wife is dead, she goes, bitch. There's little moments, the pause for sure, but also just turning the word. And that's a very Groundlings thing. And we talked about it earlier in the night about what does SNL do with stand-ups. Well, the answer is to at least bolster the roster with sketch people. So that's one thing. There's an episode right after it, Amy Poehler hosted, where Ashley had no breakout moments, but she had 8 appearances, including 5 consecutive. So that's a stat that I don't touch on very often because it's very granular, including pre-tapes, and usually there's a musical performance in the mix that kind of ruins that streak. But she was in the cold open, which was really anchored by Amy and Tina. Then, Amy does her monologue. It's, the 50th birthday of SNL. Then she's in The Rudemans, the non-alcoholic beer, psychic talk show, Hunting Wives, Work Birth, straight. Comes back in, experienced lawyers with everybody, and then wraps it up with the theme song masterclass. So looking back at that, you could just see Ashley was willing to do what it took in 51. And other than the Bad Bunny sketch, we were waiting to see what happened. Shop TV comes up with Sabrina Carpenter, takes Heidi's role. Big moment to fill those shoes, pair with Mikey. After that, it goes into, the surprise sketch that John mentioned and the appliance store where she played the wife, shopping for the appliances. And then after that, Miles Teller, you get the two people who just hooked up. So this first run of shows laid the foundation of what can be one of the greatest SNL seasons. So I kind of want to take you back in time to that early fall because we have so many highlights to talk about. You can kind of forget how it was built, and she never looked back.
She really didn't. And you get the haircut sketch, you get the game show sketch, which I think was like maybe the most polarizing moment for her, but still, like, I love that they tried something different with her, but it just never really stopped. Even in the episode that we talked about recently, where she wasn't in any live sketches, which I think is crazy. Like, how do you take your best performer and keep them in their dressing room having drinks with their friends all night? Like, how do you do that?
Yeah,
but she was in 2 pre-tapes in the Matt Damon episode. And it just like, it kept going week after week. And yeah, for me, it's very exciting. Bill, I wrote about this for Late Nighter. I said that to me, the show was always meant to be a show where you pluck somebody out of obscurity and bring them on the show and they become one of the biggest stars in the world. Ashley was just as famous as you or I 2 years ago. And now she's going to be one of the most celebrated celebrities there is because she is doing so well at the show. And it's so cool that we get to watch the process as it goes, and that's the greatness of this show.
It absolutely is. And not only is she great in all of these, but I've said it on a couple of different podcasts, but she elevates the people around her. And that's why every time that the comparisons came up, is there anybody like her? I always kept going back to Will Ferrell, because he was somebody who, no matter who was in that sketch, if it was the 12th best person in that cast, they were going to look good because Will Ferrell was doing what he was doing. He wasn't necessarily making it about him. Obviously, he had sketches where it was focused, but the quieter moments too. And I think Ashley did that time after time after time. The My Ex sketch, like I said, with Ben, I think that was a moment where Ben, who's kind of struggling in live sketches at this point in this season, now gets his moment to shine because of what Ashley is doing. So, it's just, I can't say enough about it. I think we praised her all season, and rightfully so, because it was something that we haven't ever seen before, or very rarely seen before. So I'm excited to see what she does in her 3rd season as a regular cast member, not featured player.
I'm lifting the embargo, John, on the promote Ashley's. You can now say it, everybody, and I won't get mad. Promote Ashley.
And I'll just say, if this is it for Ashley, worst decision in the history of the show.
Oh my God, I quit, John.
I think there will be it for us.
And I want to get a little stat nerdy on everybody as we wrap up the night. There's no right way or wrong way to succeed at this show. I honestly love the diversity of paths. It's more fun for me with screen time. It makes for more interesting podcasts. But I do have to go there and say she didn't take the easy way at all. Look how much green is on the chart and not orange. Like, she had 2 big appearances with Dismukes as the couple who just hooked up. 2 people who just hooked up. Other than that, these screen time numbers were like grit. This is a lot of camera time. And when people ask me about the methodology about screen time and how it works and things like that, you can have a big moment in a sketch, but not get a ton of screen time. It's a lot of camera focus. It's a lot of lines. It's, a lot of factors come into it. So having these sketches where she's front and center, first sketch of the night, leading it, it happened again and again and again. And she didn't have to do like, here's a new character that I did on Update, which is great. I love it. I love it when Jane does it. I love it when Mikey does it. Anybody, Kenan. But she did it twice. That was it. You know, she had one little moment as Christy Noem in an Update as well. But two really Update segments. Other than that, had to do it on camera in a sketch for the big majority of it. So I tip my cap to that, John.
Yeah, and I just want to wish her a happy birthday. When we started the show, it was her birthday. It is no longer, but still.
Hope it was a good one.
Yeah.
Well, that does it for the top 16 season 51 episodes. All these cast members, as always.
Not to interrupt you, Mike, but we're only 5 minutes away from the all-time record. So I'd like to do some fancy pageant dancing for you.
All right, let's.
No, we got to keep it. We got to keep the natural flow for the end of the podcast. If it happens to go past it, that's fine. But we'll see.
I can grab the melodica.
Slowly.
Play Clint Eastwood by Gorillaz again.
Sounds good to me. But this was a blast, guys.
But yeah, as always, brought to you by LateNighter.com and Bill Kenney, John Schneider, just doing this with you guys year after year. It's crazy because you would think we have the same takes and have the same stats to give you, but it's just so dynamic, John. It just changes week to week. That's why I love doing this with you.
I love doing it with you too. You do an incredible job, and I know that everything that you do leads up to this night. So just want to say, really appreciate all the hard yards and hours that you stay up into the middle of the night to put all these stats together. So yeah, round of applause for Mike Murray. Incredible stuff, and very grateful to get to do this with both of you year after year.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. And it's fun, and it feels like a burden and a privilege, John.
It does. And let me just say, 4.5 hours, no pee breaks for me.
Everybody clap.
Good for you, John.
I did it.
The audio listeners have no idea who peed. So
that's true. Yeah. But I say I was on camera the entire time. All right. So we do have more SNL podcasts coming up, Mike. Should I tell everybody what's happening on the SNL?
Why not? Go ahead.
All right. So that'll do it for this week. We'll leave you with 4.5 hours of podcasting to go to listen to until we come back to you next
people
week.
Want more.
if you do want more, believe it or not, Mike and I will be back on Monday night because we're going to do the same thing over with all of the UK cast on Monday night. So we will be doing that. We're going to have one of our British correspondents join us on the show Monday night, a little bit earlier of a start time, 7 p.m. Eastern on Monday night. We'll be starting that show to allow some of our British viewers who are staying up late to hang out with us. So we're going to go through the UK cast and talk about their legacies just a little bit after 8 episodes of Series 1 before they come back for Series 2. So that'll be Monday night. Next Wednesday in this slot, I don't think we're going to go 4.5 hours, but I am prepared to go as long as it takes to get to talk to all of our patrons on the podcast. So the sign-up form is out now on Patreon for you guys to sign up for a time slot. We'll send those out on Monday. So please register before that so we could properly organize the show for next Wednesday night. And then the following week, Bill Kenney and I will begin our summer series where Bill and I will be here every single week with a lot of great friends of ours to count down or count up, however you say it, the top 100 SNL sketches of all time. So that forum will be out next week as well. You cannot complain about the results if you don't vote. We say that every year. So you got to get your votes in as we will go through them week after week. And I hope you join us each and every week for that through the summer. And then, of course, we'll be back for 52 with my man, Mike Murray.
Thanks so much. This has been a blast. What did you learn, John, about watching season 31 alongside 51 with Sammy K?
That they're not so different.
Program? Yeah, because I want to shout out the patron program as well. Sign up for that because there's bonus content there.
Yeah, they're definitely not too different from each other. So there's some transition happening in both of those seasons. And it was very fun to cover that with Sammy K. So all of those podcasts are available in the backlog on Patreon, or if you register for our patron exclusive podcast here on YouTube, you can find it there. Oh, I also forgot, we got everything you need to know about SNL season 26 coming out next week as well. So that'll be next Thursday night.
Beautiful. Bill Kenney. I mean, I don't play favorites, but well, let's move on. All right, Bill Kenney's back with me for another year. And what have you? How has your SNL fandom changed once you started doing these shows with us? Because someone like you watching the show that long and then doing like a sports talk radio about SNL, it has to change your brain chemistry.
Yeah, I've talked about it a little, but it's really enhanced. Not just being able to talk to great people like you guys and people who have become friends, but like as you get older, and you guys will see this, like people my age go to bed. Like I'm not ever. I'm Lauren as far as that goes. I'm staying up till 2, 3 in the morning, no matter what. I watch the show. I love the music. I'm never going to be that old man on the mountain with SNL or music. So I've lost a lot of the people that I watched the show with in high school and college and even right after that. So to have younger folks like you here to talk through this and it means a lot. Even in those dicey seasons that we've covered, it's a lot of fun. But to get an epic season like we did with 51 and all the Ashley stuff has been tremendous. So thank you for having me. There's nobody I'd rather spend 4.5 hours with than you two.
Agreed. Well, thank you, Bill. We love you. The chat, the listeners love you, and we just appreciate everything you bring to this podcast, and especially the analysis you bring to this show. So that'll do it at 4:29 for John Schneider and Bill Kenney. I am Mike Murray, and we will see you next time.